Hey,
We are live.
We're live to the world.
Let's set the record straight. There's
Yeah,
no
let's set the
argument over
record
the choice
damn
between
straight.
peace and war. But there's only one guaranteed way you can have peace, and you can have it in the next second. Surrender. Admittedly, there's a risk in any course we follow.
Look at that bad
but every lesson
F-22.
of history tells us that the greater risk lies in appeasement. And this is the specter our well-meaning liberal friends refuse to face, that their policy of accommodation is appeasement. And it gives no choice between peace and war, only between fight or surrender. If we continue to accommodate, continue to back and retreat, eventually we have to face the final demand, the ultimatum. And what then? When Nikita Khrushchev has told his people he knows what our answer will be.
Nikita, what?
He has told them that we're retreating under the pressure of the Cold War, and someday, when the time comes to deliver the final ultimatum, our surrender will be voluntary, because by that time, we will have been weakened from within spiritually, morally, and economically. He believes this because from our side he's heard voices pleading for peace at any price, or better red than dead, or as one commentator put it, he'd rather live on his knees than die on his feet. And therein lies the road to war, because those voices don't speak for the rest of us. You and I know and do not believe that life is so dear and peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery. If nothing in life is worth dying for, when did this begin? Just in the face of this enemy? Or should Moses have told the children of Israel to live in slavery under the Pharaohs? Should Christ have refused the cross? Should the patriots at Concord Bridge have thrown down their guns and refused to fire the shockers around the world? The martyrs of history were not fools, and our honored dead who gave their lives to stop the advance of the Nazis didn't die in vain. Where then is the road to peace? Well, it's a simple answer after all.
You thought that was Nancy Pelosi.
Have the courage to say to our enemies, there is a price we will not pay. There is a point beyond which they must not advance. Winston Churchill said the destiny of man is not measured by material computations. When great forces are on the move in the world, we learn their spirits, not animals. He said there's something going on in time and space and beyond time and space, which, whether we like it or not, spells duty. You and I have a rendezvous with destiny. We'll preserve for our children this, the last best hope of man on earth, or we'll sentence them to take the last step into 1,000 years of darkness.
Fly the flag of freedom. Go ahead, Jack.
Huh? Switch mount?
Yeah, go ahead. You good?
All right, there we go. Boom and boom. And I gotta go to another page and
The mama pajama rolled out of bed and she ran to the police station. When the papa found out, he began to shout and he started the investigation. It's against the law. It was against the law. Or what the mama saw. It was against the law. The mama looked down and spit on the ground every time her name gets mentioned. The papa said, oh, if I get that boy, I'm gonna stick him in the house of detention. Well, I'm on my way. I don't know where I'm going. I'm on my way. I'm taking my time, but I don't know where. Goodbye to Rose, the queen of Corona. See me and Julio down by the schoolyard. See me and Julio down by the schoolyard. in a couple of days to come and take me away, but the press let the story leak. Now when the radical preach come to get me released, we is all on the cover of Newsweek, and I'm on my way. I don't know where I'm going, I'm on my way. I'm taking my time, but I don't know where. Goodbye to Rose, the queen of Corona.
Yeah, miss.
See me and Julio down by the schoolyard. See me
Hey,
and
Mitch.
Julio down by the schoolyard. See me and Julio down by the schoolyard.
That is called a La Cuica. It is a drum.
Welcome, everyone, to News on the Flipside. I hope everyone's having a good evening, good morning, good afternoon, or wherever you are in 165 countries we go out to on this show. I hope y'all are enjoying the show or going to enjoy the show.
165.
Jeffrey, I actually put on that was actually the wrong speech I had. I wanted to play a different one, but still, Reagan's just Reagan. I mean, he either he was an excellent speechwriter or he had an excellent speechwriter. I have no idea which
he
one
was
it was.
an excellent speaker. He did not. I don't think he wrote any one of his speeches. He had an excellent writing staff. And he
well, I know he wrote one. I
actor,
just don't
so
know
he knows
which
how
one
to
it
go over
was.
a line and step into a space. He commanded the camera and an audience, and he commanded the words that were given to him on pages.
Well, he was an actor after all. He's pretty good at what he did.
Did very well at what he did.
Denise, no, he was governor of California for 8 years before he was president. Yes,
2 terms.
I know. I couldn't even tell you that he was probably the last Republican governor. Oh no, that's not true, is it? Arnold Schwarzenegger was the last Republican governor. Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
I mean, he was right
yes.
after. Not soon, not far after, right? Like a year or two. Or administration or two afterwards.
So now Fred Smith is going to run for governor of California. He's going to bitch slap Newsom.
Great, is he?
Yes. So he's gonna be the next governor of California. I mean, at this case right now, we need somebody out there because Lord God knows what's going on out there. I was talking with some friends of mine out there yesterday, and they're like, "Joe, why don't you move to California and run for governor?" I said, "I don't want to govern that state. You can forget that. I don't even want to govern the states I live in, much less your state. No. I'm happy. I'm happy being a radio show host. I don't need to."
Not even lieutenant governor.
If you be governor, I'll be a lieutenant governor. I'll go for that. Ladies and gentlemen, Fred is an interesting character, and I'm going to let him properly introduce himself in a few minutes. But there was a really good show this morning. We had a really good show on that crossed several topics, but the main topic was, to be honest with you, health, not so much health care, but mental health care in the United States, especially for veterans. I mean, at the rate we're losing veterans, at this rate, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's something beyond. I don't even know how to express myself right now, but it's just something that needs to be brought under control. Because I mean, so if I went in right now as a veteran and said, "Okay, yeah, I'm losing my mind," they're gonna say, "Oh, really, Joe? Well, here's some Xanax for you, buddy. Call me in a couple of months." Really? And I'm going to be walking around like, bumping into walls and stuff, going, "Okay." And I live in an open carry state, which isn't a good thing to be walking around on drugs on. Let's be honest. No, Gene, I live in an open carry state. No, you can carry concealed, unconcealed. I don't have it in here. I'd show you, but usually when I go out, Martha's on my side. Oh yes, she is. I'll tell you a little story. This is funny as hell. So I went to go pick up a pizza one afternoon from Brooklyn Pizzeria. So I'm standing and I noticed the 2 girls in front of me, 2 country girls. One's wearing a 380, a green one. One's wearing a pink one. The nice 380, kind of like this one, but it was colored. One was colored green, and one was colored pink. So we're sitting there in line waiting some food. This guy runs in. He's got a gun and a machete. Both these girls were like, whoosh, whoosh. Excuse me. This little dude didn't know what to do with himself. And they held They said, we're going to give you one thing to leave, or you're going to go meet Jesus. That's just how they said it. And I'm looking at these two because I got Martha on my side. Martha's a big old monster gun. And this dude hit the floor, didn't know what to think. All the customers jumped on. Some guy was tying him up with what looked like pizza box ties. It was just funny as hell. And he's sitting there, and then a guy jumps up and runs out the door. But by this time, the cameras had got really good pictures of him. And I applauded both women for, one, saving everybody in Pizza Joint's lives, and two, making it where I didn't have to pull a gun. I mean, they had it under control. They were calm, cool, collected. You would have thought they had, and you know what? I should have asked. They may have served, but it was crazy. You just seen, and both of them, they didn't even know each other, and they pulled in sync. I was like, wow, I'm impressed. And the girl says, well, you didn't pull yours. I said, I didn't need to. I said, you two had it completely under control. I said, mine would have been overkill. I said, besides, he'd probably peed himself. He'd have seen that big monster gun coming out of my side. I said, so, but but it shows you the difference between an open carry state and not. So if you go New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, Maryland, DC. So those are the 5 highest murder rates in the United States, with the 5 strictest gun laws in the United States. Okay, you drop down to the south and you go to Houston and Dallas, even New Orleans, which is a blue city, Atlanta, a few of the other cities. You'll notice that the crime rate, the murder rate now is much lower. It's an open carry. So when you go to rob something, you don't know if the guy behind the counter's got a gun or the guy standing next to you's got a gun. So it's best just not to do that. So what kind of crimes you find there is mostly, crime on whatever race they happen to be. That's the kind of crime you find, because really and truly there doesn't seem to be any other crime there, as far as people going around shooting each other, killing each other, things like that. So it does show you that open carries the states of much lower violence. It's just, I was reading the stats earlier today. Virtually compared to like New York, there's just like 2% compared to New York. And it's mainly because you don't know who's going to be carrying a gun. And just because you rob and Joe Schmo over there doesn't mean the 3 people standing next to you don't have a gun. So it's just better not to take that chance, because it's a good chance you'll get killed. So it seems to work a little bit better. Gene, I'll never bring my gun to L.A. because I would bring it, but the smallest clip I got is 21 rounds, and they only allow 9 rounds. And I usually keep my 31 rounds in there. So, I got 31 rounds, hard target rounds, and then exploding hollow points and split hollow points. Well, razor hollow points. Yeah, if I'm going to shoot you, I'm going to kill you. I'm not going to play with you. It's not going to be like, oh, you're wounded. No, you're dead. That's just, besides that, I had cops tell me this many times. Don't wound somebody. Always kill them. He said, because that way they can't sue you. And I was like, really? He said, oh, really? He said, if they come in your house, make sure they fall in your house.
They can't. Yeah.
No, not family can't either. If he attacked you and he has a weapon and you shoot him dead, nobody can sue you. That's just, as long as he's dead, nobody can sue you, because he can't say, oh, this happened to me, that happened to me. Nope, he's dead. That's all there is to it. I've had I know a lot of cops. And by the way, I know a lot of cops that have PSD just like people in the military, and some of those cops actually served in the military. It's when you serve in the military in a position where you may have to kill somebody, or you did kill somebody, when you come home, it's different. Fred and I were talking about this earlier. So how do you adjust from military life to civilian life? It's not even close to the same life. Military is it's structured, it's together, it's 9 to 5. You do your job, your medical's there, everything's your needs there, everything's there for you. When you come home, you're like, shit, where do I even start? How do I get myself, how do I get a job? What am I going to do for a job? Even though you've done all kind of stuff in the service, you still have to come out and figure out how you're going to get a job. You got to figure out how you're going to have a family and get a wife, get kids, not be a drunken alcoholic, smoking weed, because 80% of us end up in that position. It's unfortunate, or we end up on hard drugs because some shrink said, oh, you need this to do this. I told Fred, I was honest about this. When I got home, because of some of the stuff I went through, I was drinking like a freaking sieve, man. I mean, it just, you gave me it, I was drinking it. Then if I wouldn't have met my wife, I'd probably still be an alcoholic. But you know, we got together, and then we had a kid, and I quit drinking. I was lucky. I had the skill, or I should say, the will to quit drinking. But even then, I caught myself from time to time wanting to slide back. It's not an easy thing to stay off of it. And alcohol's like, Joe,
And it's
come
legal.
see me, Jojo.
It's legal.
And it's
Yeah,
legal.
Joe. Yeah.
And it's a tough thing. And I don't know any, to be honest with you, when I sit here and think about it, I don't know any military people who came out that didn't have this issue. You know, it was easier just to drink and escape than it was to cope, or go see the shrink and, let me give you some good drugs. You know what? Half the shrinks in this country should be in prison just because that's their answer. Either, go talk to somebody else, or let me give you some drugs. You know, and that's their answer. I mean, it's just one of the things. Anyway, I've been yapping. Fred Smith is with us tonight. Fred has a lot to say about this. He's been involved with this himself and his lot. He's involved with it right now. So I'm gonna let him give a proper introduction to himself and what he's doing and what's up. And I'll shut up for a little while. Go ahead, Fred.
No.
No, I appreciate it, brother. How's it doing, guys? Good to see you again.
All right. Good seeing you.
Yeah, my name is Fred
Fred.
Smith. I got a slot on Fridays, typically on Joe's channel from 10 to noon. And originally I was talking about a lot of high level marketing and advertising stuff. But as I started falling from the heavens, so to speak, because when I got out,
The
I was in the
aliens
Marine Corps.
got
When I
Fred.
got out, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got
Can
you.
you hear
Go
me?
ahead.
Yeah, so when I got out the Marine Corps,
Yeah.
I just channeled my PTSD into scaling up multi-billion-dollar companies from scratch. I guess everybody does that, right? So fast forward 25 years later, I'm just now experiencing all the stuff that vets do when it's time to go through your adjustment period. You know, I was no longer traveling anymore. A lot of the high-level brand stuff that you're seeing is what I did. I was trained up in a very high-level broadcasting, advertising, marketing, you name it, A to Z, right? And the hardest part for me was really not even knowing that there was a community around. And I started sliding, like Joe talked about. I was actually that guy, Joe. I didn't even like, I think the worst thing that I did in the Marine Corps was like smoke cigarettes. You know, after you're running, you smoke a cigarette, right? But then after that, I mean, I never did too much drinking, but I wound up, smoking weed, almost burnt the house down, some other crazy stuff. And then that's when I really was reaching for help. But even when I went to the VA originally, it was like, oh yeah, here, take this drug. And oh, by the way, if you take this one right here, you'll never get off of it. I'm just like, well, what do you mean? This is crazy. Yeah. Like, I'm out on whatever this is. But, I want to do my best to self-medicate. And as a result of that, I fell into this rabbit hole where I thought I was the only one, and I wasn't the only one. And then again, I had a clearance. So I had to still be mindful of what I'm saying. Even to this day, I still have to be mindful. But, the point is, it's like I was living like 30 or 40 different lives just from everything that I did in the military. So a lot of that got compartmentalized. And, I started really suffering on the mental health side. So once I really buckled down, I saw my wife nervous, worried, and scared. I just wind up just really going deep in some personal, professional, and spiritual development. And then that's when I discovered that I wasn't the only one, but there's a pattern here. And like I was telling Joe this morning, you're not seeing 22, serial killers every single day coming out the military, and in their lives. It's, we tend to blame ourselves for a lot of stuff. And that's how we kind of like, that 22 day statistic, and it's actually closer to 45, and nobody even talks about that. So what my mission is and what my journey is several things. The first is to really get veterans to understand that we do have a sounding board in the real community. And the second thing, to Joe's point, is I'm actually part of a group where legally, if somebody is like abusing you from a psychiatric standpoint, we're a psychiatric watchdog. So we actually go after them effectively to do our due diligence to see if anything has happened. And if so, then from that viewpoint, we do work on just putting them out of business, quite frankly. But there needs to be some type of sounding board. And Joe hit the nail on the head today. Like, he hasn't seen anybody in the military at all where you can talk about this kind of stuff, so what you do is you withhold it. But I'm working to build that bridge right now in real time. So that's my mission.
God bless you, Fred. God bless you, brother. Seriously. God bless you, man.
Yeah. Sean's been through it. I mean, it's if frankly, I just don't really know people who haven't been through it. Well, Carolyn, to be honest with you, so when you get out of the service, it doesn't matter what you did in the service. When you get out of service, if you were in the service more than 5 years, when you get out of the service, you have to readjust to normal life. Well, our normal life is the service. Okay, that is our normal life. Our what's in our head, what's been pumped into our head all the time we've been in there, is this is normal life. The military is normal life. And then when you come home, everybody's telling you, no, this is normal life. And you're thinking in the back of your head, no, it's not. This is some bullshit that somebody dropped me into, and I don't know what the hell to deal with.
Hi, Amelia.
It's a hard, it's a hard thing to deal with on a daily basis. It just is. And if I had $1 for every friend of mine who either got hooked on drugs, got hooked on alcohol, or blew their brains out, I'd be a millionaire. It's hard to understand. And then one of the things Fred and I were talking about is how many of these doctors take advantage of this. It's easy. It's easy. If you're a shrink, it's easy to have some guy come in and you're going to back charge the VA a buttload of money, and what little help he's going to get is not going to be it. So what we were talking about is it 22 a day? I think it's more like 44 a day.
Yeah, it's closer to 45.
Yeah. So this is how many vets commit.
22, but that number's a long gone.
Yeah. So what we're talking about is people who commit suicide daily who are in the military.
My story. I got to share.
Good.
I go to the VA hospital. I go to the VA hospital now, and I go in there to get my test or do whatever I have to do, and I see the guys that were in Vietnam. Okay, and it's sad. It's sad to see them because they're not right in the mind. Okay. And I dealt with a psychiatrist from the VA, and I'm going to be honest with you, Fred. Okay. He didn't do shit for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if I had $1 for everybody
called
said
me
that,
up, or I'd go into his office and we talked for 20 minutes, and that was it, dude. That was it. And I don't know. And like I've been sober close since 1991. Thank God, by the grace of God, I've been sober. But that got me there was trying to adjust. I got out of the Navy in 85, got sober in 91. Okay. And from 1985 to 91, I was terrible. I was bad. I was really, really bad. And I can't, praise you enough for what you're doing. Seriously, man. Seriously. But this is a happy show. And I don't want to be a
this is a serious a serious show. It's when if you listen to the one earlier today, this is a serious topic. This is something that in this country needs to be addressed, because what I find is most of the shrinks that I find that are treating vets are not veterans themselves. So I'm trying to figure out what's their basis. How can they talk to me when they've never served? I'm at a loss. I'm like, well, I actually asked one time. I said, have you ever killed anybody? He said, well, what do you mean? I said, have you ever killed anybody? He's like, well, of course not. I said, have you ever been in a battle condition of any way? Well, no. He said, I've never served. And I'm thinking, I got up and walked out of his office. I'm going to be polite. I'm not going to say what I said. I'm not going to even say the words I used as I walked out of his office. And then I get this phone call saying, well, if you don't go back, we're going to drop. I said, you can drop, and then I ain't going to say the words I used there either. I said, you're not doing any good for me. None of this is making any difference to me. And I walked up, and that was the end of that, and I never went back. Because, his drug, he was either going to put me on drugs or talk about stuff he frankly did not understand. Because we were sitting there, and he was telling me something. I said, have you ever had blood splatter on you from somebody that you just shot? And you could see the disgust and this white look come over his face, like, oh my God, do I have a murderer sitting in front of me? And I'm thinking, I said, you just don't understand. There's no way for me to make you understand. I said, just you're not going to be able to adjust to that. You're just not. I said, I need a shrink that's been through the shit. Someone who understands what I've been through. I said, and all these other guys have been through. I said, tours of duty can get rough. I said, not everybody's going to kill anybody, but tours of duty can get rough, especially when you're stationed in the Middle East. Shit can hit the fan over there. And it's just, and he still didn't understand. I said, do you know how many American Marines, American Army people killed somebody over there? I said, it's different for the Air Force guys. They fly and just blow the shit up. They're not really seeing.
Yeah, it's like a third person. They're not directly involved in it.
But who does see is Barack Obama or whoever was president. They actually seen. So when we launched a missile, it's got a camera in the front of. They seen it all the way up. There was one expression. Michelle Obama actually said this. She said, "I knew my husband changed." He was talking about this. He's seen these kids when the missile hit. The missile wasn't going after kids. There was some op going on there, but there were kids outside playing with their moms and shit. And he's actually seen the children when they got blown up. That's a hard thing to deal with. Even in a third party sense, it's still a hard thing to deal with. And I still remember her saying, it changed my husband forever. And I bet you it did change him forever. It's not, but still that year he ordered 26,000 strikes to kill 66,000 people. That's his job as commander in chief. I don't know why he was doing that where whatever he was, because I didn't have the information, but he's like the rest of us. He's got to deal with this. People can say whatever they want about the guy, politically, that's fine. But he did have to see this up close and up front. And see, that's what changed war. Even generals and admirals who had never seen this shit before now have to see it. And in some ways, and I hate to say it like this, but in some ways it's a good thing because at least they know who they're killing now. And it may make them rethink what they're doing. But then some people don't.
I really want to add to that real quick, Joe, if that's okay. Like, and I don't. I'm not a negative vibe kind of guy. I'm a product of the product as far as just coming through my parts of it, just for the record. But what I do want to say is that nothing that I've ever seen really has hurt me more than watching a colonel cry because his troops didn't come back home. That's you just like we talked about earlier this morning. You got warriors at that level. They expect things to just go right, and they just don't. So.
It's tough. Somebody asked me one time when I first got home, he said, "What did you do?" I said, "I did a lot of things." I said, "What do you want to know?" And he said, "Well, no, what you really did." I said, "I did a lot of things. I had a lot of MOSs." I said, I was multi-MOS. I said, "I did a lot of stuff." He's like, "Did you serve?" He said, "Somebody said you served in special forces." I said, "I did." And I said, "We had to go get people and bring them back." I said, "Not just people, state of the art, top of the line. They could have been Green Beret. They could have been Blue. They could have been the SEALs. Could have been several groups we went and retrieved." I said, because they got caught in this shit and couldn't get out. So they dropped us in to go get them out. I said, I can't even explain to people, because most of it's classified anyway. But I said, I can't even explain to you what that's like, because this is a state-of-the-art guys, top of the line, best equipment. And you're seeing them getting chewed up like meatballs. And you're doing what? You have to go in there and get them out of there. So the odds of you coming out alive at best is 50-50. That's part of it, though.
Yeah.
So,
but not just that, but other good things about being armed forces. Amelia has a good point. She feels like leaders of countries should have served their country's military, and sometimes that's a good idea. We had Eisenhower and a few others.
Some of them have served.
General Washington was our first. He was a military leader. But it isn't always a good thing. Hitler was a military veteran. He went through World War I and I think the Boer War. He was injured in one or both of those. I think he was injured twice before he actually got out of the military. And he didn't roll out more than, I think, like a Lance Corporal or something like that was his highest rank, which is not that high, but not that low either. However, he almost conquered the entire free world. So is it always a good thing that should any or all leaders have that kind of experience? I don't know. Like they've been saying, it changes a person. And
if you're going to order somebody to kill somebody,
ways.
Well, if you're going to order somebody to kill somebody, you should have killed somebody yourself. If you're going to send somebody into this shit,
I guess Hillary Clinton qualifies then. she could be president.
Oh, you heard about Hillary
She
Clinton said
several people.
Hillary said if Trump cuts this deal with Putin, she's willing to sign off for him to get a Nobel Peace Prize. I'm thinking, yeah, bitch, because you're fixing to go to jail. That's why.
Yeah,
it's tough, man.
I don't think he's going to wait.
Carol, it's tough. It's people get caught in stuff, and it's easier for some people than it is for other people. It should never be easy to kill someone, ever.
Be the very last thing. Well, one thing we've talked about quite a bit on the show, especially particularly talking about like the JFK assassination attempt. Well, not attempt, but the actual thing. In the more noble wars, if you will, World War I and World War II, most of the bullets weren't really designed to kill. They were designed to injure more than one person. The high-powered rifles and so on. You have a bullet that goes through the first guy, hits the guy standing behind him who's reloading, and then bounces into the guy who's on the ground launching, hand grenades. One bullet takes out 3 combatants. Doesn't kill them, just hurts them enough that they have to leave the battlefield to be fixed. And they either, depending on how severe the injury, they either might lose a limb, or they might have to learn how to walk again after having a broken leg and whatnot. But they're taken out of the battlefield. They're not killed. So that one bullet pays for itself by taking out 3 bullets nowadays. And my friend and I, he's ex-military, in the private chat, we're talking about our own firearms. Bullets today are made specifically and only just to do fatal damage. Back in the 90s, and my gun is still filled with them, the Black Talons people thought they were getting banned. They were going to be banned because they actually would go through level 3 body armor, which is what most policemen wear. If you have a ceramic or metal trauma plate, the bullet doesn't go through. But if it's just the vest, it goes all the way through, and people thought it's a bad thing. But that's what the bullet was designed. It was a military round and made for law enforcement, but it was sold to the general public as well, strictly for self-defense. But the idea behind it is, you get hit, you die. Doesn't matter if it hits you in the kneecap, it kills you. That was the design for this type of bullet. And is that a good or bad thing? Well, that doesn't fit in my rules of war. The rules of war should be, you beat the living shit out of the country you want to take over, but you don't want to kill everybody. Where are you going to get your revenue from? You can't kill the whole country. It's just plain stupid. You have to have living people to govern. So in a good war, you hit a guy with a bullet, it knocks his dick in the dirt, and he goes home for the rest of the war. That's a good war for me.
Not all the time. Todd, bring that up to the guys that were in Guadalcanal. Okay, you know what I mean?
That's a horrible. There's some very
and
horrible.
That was what, World
examples.
War II? Was that World War II? And
That's World War II.
Look at
a 50 cal is going to kill whoever it hits.
Yeah,
a Gatling gun's going to kill whoever it hits.
Look at Vietnam.
So let me put it this way. So you're the guy working the Gatling gun. How messed up do you think you're going to be? You're literally just mowing people down like you're mowing your grass. Literally.
Yeah.
You're dropping 50, 80, 100 people. No. And the longer you run that gun, the more people you kill. Some of them guys had totals well over 1,000 deaths. How do you cope with that when you go home? When you get out to service, how do you deal with that?
I guess it would depend on how close they are when you're hit. The closer they are,
they're usually pretty close. And then think about the snipers who see your face when they blow your head off. They actually see the bullet pierce your head and blow out your head. That's a level of killing that. How do you cope with that when you get home? That's why so many of them guys end up working for doing not bounties. What do you call it? When they go work for different companies.
Mercenaries. They don't call them mercenaries.
Yeah, mercenaries. Thank you.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of them end up doing. Look how many of them are in the Ukraine right now. It's just, it's because you can't deal with it. It's something that you're going to do until you die.
Yeah.
Or until somebody kills you.
Thing you know.
Whatever comes first. But getting back to what we were talking about, so you've done some stuff while you're in the service, experienced some stuff while you're in the service. You come home, you expect the military to take care of you. Now, financially, a lot of times they will, but mentally they won't, or they. I don't know if they don't care, or if we just had crappy governments. I don't know what it is. But the amount of bad psychologists out there is amazing to me.
Yes, I agree.
I mean, I cannot really think of anybody I know that hasn't experienced one or two or even three of these guys. Matter of fact, a lot of my friends who had problems ended up going and find civilian psychologists and said, look, I killed a couple of people and I just need help coping with my day-to-day life. And sometimes it helps them, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they become living on the street. And that's a dangerous thing, people. To have a guy with those kind of skills just living on the street could end up anyway. I mean, he could end up doing all sorts of things. So, I mean, it's something that needs to be handled in the United States. And even today, even though we haven't had a war in 10 years now, we have people who need to be dealt with, people who need to be fixed. Even if it's just daily, let me talk to you daily. Let me call you on the phone and say, hey, how you doing? How you holding up?
Yeah,
what
I just
can
did
I
a
do
wellness
for you?
check today. I just did a wellness check, not even 20 minutes before we got on the call. I mean, just for that reason, it's a real thing.
Yeah,
It is a real thing, and it's something that needs to be done. And for some reason, overall, our government just doesn't see. Well, we'll see. We got a new government now. We'll see how they deal with this. Democrats have never been good with dealing with vets. We'll see how.
Trump did say he was going to fix certain, Veterans Affairs kinds of things. I hope he does.
Well, we're going to see. Hopefully he does, because there's a lot of people
problems
that
in just the mental health and the physical health. There's, homelessness is another huge problem in that community.
What do you mean, Stephanie? What are you asking? I couldn't tell you. That's classified, baby. If I killed somebody and that's classified, I'm sorry. It's just the way it works.
Isn't Trump building a real big place for all homeless veterans to go stay at?
I hope so. I mean, I've heard rumors that he was. So hopefully he will.
That would be cool.
Denise, I mean, if you know good psychologists, you can post them in here, and we'll post them around, or you can send it to me after the show, and I'll make sure it gets put on the network in a commercial ad. But just make sure they're good, so somebody I can check out, because, you don't want me to get on your bad side, or you don't want to get on my bad side, I should say. My favorite person, Amelia's in here.
The Nazis did some pretty heinous stuff, Amelia.
Well, they did. The Nazis did, but the Vietnamese did. The North Koreans did. It just seems to be, you know what? And I'm going to say this, and I'm going to piss off some people, but we did. We did some pretty heinous stuff ourselves.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you what. When I went to prison and war camp for my second time, my first time I ended up with 3 broken ribs. My brain was so just combobulated from all the bullshit I had to listen to while I was there. And this was designed to help you if you got captured. People think you go to prison or war camp, you just go and you get out. And that's not how that works. They want you to try to escape. And they even give what they call escape kits, so you can try to get out. And I got accommodation because the second time I did manage to get out. But man, they beat you, they scream at you, they stick things on you. Look, it's just horrible. But they try to make it as real as they can without taking it to the next level. And it's not just me. I was in the Navy, but Air Force guys go through it, Marines go through it. It just depends what your MOS is and what's the odds of you getting captured. It's more than that. It's not just the odds of you getting captured. It is what's the odds that you may know something worth getting captured. That's what it really comes down to. And I ain't going to lie to you, it sucked. But the second time, me and my partner, we beat the living shit out of these 2 guards. Got out, snuck around this thing, and had this key. Got out the cage on one side. So we knew they were going to come after us. So what we did is we got inside of a tank, and we stayed there until it got really like 2 a.m. You heard the dogs barking. They were all over looking. And we just stayed there. And we didn't make a sound. And then about 1 a.m., we snuck out. He had to give us these little clippers. We cut the fence, snuck down, went to the bar. There was a bar about 1.5 miles down, and we just stayed there until they came. And I still remember the commander. He says, he's like, damn, y'all was slick and quiet. How'd you get out of here? And we both got accommodations for it. And but they helped us a little bit. They gave you a little bit of equipment to help you get out. Stuff that you could probably get if you were there, but still. I tell you what, dude, the nonstop talking and it was noise, and sometimes it was just squeaky, squealy noise. Even with a pillow over your head, it just wasn't enough. And then a lot of times they took your pillow and your covers, and you just had a concrete rack. You know what? I seen some guys go ape shit in there. I ain't gonna lie. There's a couple of guys just lost it. It just tells you they had no business being in whatever their MOS was. They shouldn't have been there. And they wanted you to be ready to give you an idea what could happen to you if you were captured. And in a lot of ways, it was a way of clearing the chaff out. They wanted to know who they could rely on in situations. You know, my thing was it wouldn't matter if I got tortured. I didn't know anything. Yeah, I would go in and save people and stuff, but I didn't know. It's not like I guess I did know the operation of the USS Nimitz. Okay, I guess I did. Oh, well, retract that statement, but still. It's but anyway, you know, today's world is a different world. People should be getting the help. We're in 2025. There's no excuse for the crappy, just the crappy way people are treated today. There shouldn't be any veterans anywhere homeless. Do you know how many abandoned military bases we have?
Probably a lot.
There's enough room for every vet we have to be living in one. And you know, it'd be some familiar surroundings to them. They could have a shrink that worked with them. It'd be an easy place to help them back to society. And it would be an easier place for them to adjust.
It's probably also gated, I would imagine.
Yeah, most of them are. And it's not even that. Do you know how many buildings that the federal government has that are just sitting there with nobody in them? Right now, there should be no homeless in the United States whatsoever. None. And there should be good people in there helping them out. Because, I mean, don't get me wrong. These shrinks get paid a lot of money. I know the one I was talking to got $25,000 per person.
What?
And this is 15, 18, 20 years ago. So think about it now. That's what the VA pays. So, I mean, they're going to pay this money. They need to make sure these people are qualified. Because don't get me wrong, there was a lot of these guys who were into shit. So they could be handling this. I know I talked to one guy who was there. He said, you know, Joe, I really want to do it. He said, but when I listen to the vets, it flashes me back personally. And I'm still having a hard time dealing with my own stuff. And I'm like, wow, okay. At least he was honest. But most of the fixes today, here's his annex. Boom. Take this purple pill. Take this pill.
Mm-hmm. Did you answer your own question, though, as far as why there aren't other vets helping out vets, if that's the case, because he's dealing with his own stuff? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, that is a possibility. And I help when I can, or I run across somebody I can help, I will. But they need to want to be helped.
Yeah.
You can't help somebody that don't want to be helped.
Yep.
And, you know, I've run into friends of mine who have, you know, you need to want to, you have to want to be helped. And fortunately for me, I got married, had kids, you know, my life changed. I was lucky.
But you know what? All you need to do is go to the VA hospital, sit in the rooms or the lounge and start talking to them, talking to the vets. Talk to them. They want to be, you know, they want to talk back. They want to share their stories, not the bad ones, but the good ones. I'm telling you.
Well, and there's a lot of good stories in the VA, sir.
I mean, seriously, that's where everybody needs to go, is a volunteer at the VA hospital, sit down and talk to the vets.
You know, it's funny you said that. Listen to. I tried to volunteer locally down here, and they told me no. And I actually asked why. He said, "Well, I was looking through your service record, and really and truly, you know, you might slip something." I said, "No, I'm quite in control of who I am these days." I said, I've really dealt with what I needed to deal with. And but still they were like, "Oh no, you might slip up and cause somebody else to have a reaction." And I'm like, "No, I'm not going to talk about me. I'm going to listen to them." I said, and they were like, "No." I mean, they were literally nastily like, "No." So I was kind of like, "Well, you know what? Fuck you." Excuse my language is what I told them. But it's But you can go to the different groups out there where they're gotten together and they're hanging out together and stuff like that. It's there are places you can get in and actually help people, but still, it's so touchy. You got to be so careful about what you say because you can trigger people, and a lot of people don't need to be triggered. It's tough. I mean, it's a tough thing, and I know this can be dealt with. I know this can be beat, but we've got to put the right amount of money in the right people. Because really and truly, I don't know if we got to put any more money on it. The VAA has a lot of money. So I don't know necessarily if we have to put more money, but we need to find the right people. You need to find people who have served and have adjusted, and they can show other vets, look, I've done it. I've been through the shit. I'm here. I'm living. I got a good life. Let me show you about my life. Let me explain how I got to this point. That'll help some, at least. It's not going to help everybody, but it's going to help some. And you need to have legit psychiatrists that truly want to help, not make money, but want to help. And I would have to say right now, the majority of psychiatrists out there are more interested in how much money they're going to make than how many people they can help. That's on my own personal opinion, but that's how I feel about it. And I just think we're just haven't got to that point where we have really good psychologists that can actually help, that want to help, I guess is the word I'm looking for, sentence I'm looking for. But anyway, what's that, Darryl?
I agree, Amelia. I agree.
What's that, Darryl? I will shoot you in the ass, Darryl. Don't give me no trouble. I said, where you at? Where you at in Virginia? I can reach you from here in Virginia. I'll go get out my long gun. While you putting on your long johns, I'll shoot you in the ass, buddy. You won't even know. All you'll hear, you won't even hear the gun. You'll hear, boom. That's all you hear is a little whining sound. That's another thing.
Well, I did want to say
Good.
Thank you, gentlemen. I really do appreciate it, and definitely thank you, Joe, for having me on. I know we're good as far as just next steps, but I'm here for everybody. If anybody wants to talk, because that's what it's all about. It's about, like you said, just reaching out and for the.
Yeah.
Joe has an imaginary chat room.
Fred, what do you got down there below there, buddy, that you put up?
Oh, Joe had mentioned something about the UN speech that I did a few months back.
Yeah, it's pretty good, and it's I told him when we heard your speech earlier, probably half the people that were listening to it at the UN, it probably went right over their damn heads. But still, if half of them heard it, it'll make somewhat of a difference. So, but cue it up and play it while we're sitting here. Yeah,
it's on record, so that's the good thing about it, because it was very live. And after I was done, I actually spent almost, to your point, Joe, 2 hours going over it with some of the high-level politicians who were there. So here it is right here.
Fred Smith, who also has done the same with his life. He's the founder and CEO of Speed Scaling and the Power Agency, but he's a decorated U.S. military veteran. He was in Iraq for 43 days in the desert alone. Fred Smith, please.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here and to actually set down my time as well. And also to the combat vets out here, thank you for your service as well. To dovetail off of everyone talking today for the brief amount of time that we have, today's challenges aren't just about economics, as we obviously know. This is a hidden strategic collapse, and we're not ready. So again, coming as a combat veteran Marine, war was never about armies. War is about confusion. And the word war itself comes from the Proto-Indo-European root word wares, which means to confuse, to mix up. Not to destroy, not to disorient, to entangle us until free action is impossible. So today, war is no longer fought with guns. It's fought with numbers, complexity, and engineered confusion. Systems are just so bloated that no nation today can stand alone. Dependencies are just so quietly built that freedom collapses while appearing to no expand. I'm also a finance guy, so I'll go straight into the numbers if that's okay. Global debt right now exceeds $340 trillion with a T, 10 times faster than we actually produce real value. Every dollar of supposed growth is matched with $5 to $7 of leveraged, unpaid, invisible debt. It's inflation that doesn't reflect our true prosperity. It reflects engineered scarcity. So we get that through derivatives, contracts, unpayable bonds, and all of this tightens up around all 8 billion lives on this planet. So here's the wound that we refuse to name. We are raising a generation not for freedom, but for lifelong servitude. Not to create, but to obey these invisible mechanisms. So this isn't governance, it's beyond that. This is actually collapse by design. And to keep it brief and simple, here is what we have to do. We have to name this. We've got to name this. It goes from a should to a must. So speed scaling isn't a theory. It's a codified system of strategic duplication, operational sovereignty, and post-collapse reconstruction. As he mentioned, things are getting real, and the deadline is near, and the time is now. Thank you for your time and your trust. I appreciate you.
I want to say just one thing very quickly in 15 seconds. I think we really need to stand up and really acknowledge these two men who gave their lives and not just do rhetoric, please.
What is this? Dun, dun, dun.
Okay. So now,
Thank you for sharing that, Fred.
That was awesome, dude.
Amelia, I have two imaginary ones now because I put Pal Talk
Thank
back
you.
on the list. It's so that's something. It'll be in the in this. So, ladies and gentlemen, if y'all want to hear it again, it'll be in this archive, but it'll also be in this morning's archive, which is going to be a little bit shorter than this one, so you might find it there easier. But for anybody who wants to hear it again, and I encourage anybody who wants to volunteer for anything in the world, get out there and do it. These days, I don't want to volunteer for nothing. I want to give y'all the big finger and say, leave me alone. that's who I am today. So, what do you mean? I do. So like I told a friend of mine the other day, she was telling me how she donates 10% of her income. And I was real happy that she does it. And I'm like, but what do you donate it to? And she told me who. I said, so are you sure that 10%? Because I said, you're pretty wealthy. I said, are you sure that $150,000 you're donating off your income every month is going to somebody who's getting to use it? I said, you remember the old proverb, give a fish to a man, he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish, he'll eat for his life. I said, maybe you should think about that and try helping people directly instead of just hoping some group or agency that affiliated with our government or affiliated with some other group is giving that money to the people it needs to go to, or at least take the time to check it. For me, it's different. I have a network that reaches 180 countries. I said, we help all the time. We have hosts in this network that's constantly trying to help somebody. I said, we put out information all the time so people can get help and help people to understand that not everyone is on your side. Not every money you put out there is going where it needs to go. So I just something I tell people all the time, you should check and make sure your money's going where it's supposed to. It's and that's why I do what I do now. But hey, everybody does their own thing. Again, though, I'm gonna tell you people one more time: if you're donating cash, I know it's a write-off. Just make sure it's going to somebody that it's going to. Just recently, we found out the money that was going to the Palestine. I'm gonna call it the Palestines. the fires in L.A. We found out that 38% was going to an organization called Act Blue. Pocahontas was re-diverting it there. Act Blue is an organization that helps Democrats get elected. So is that what you want your money going to? Or are you a Democrat even? So you better check and make sure where your money goes and do it like that. I'll tell you what, I got a good friend who's got way more money than I do. And he likes to go out to different groups, like after Katrina. He went out and handed everybody he could find $25,000 cash. Everybody he could find. Well, he's got, like I said, he's got a lot of money, a couple $100 million. So it wasn't even a thing for him. But he knew then that money was actually going to the people who needed it and not to FEMA, who may have been redirecting it to put illegal immigrants in hotels. It's a thing. It's but anyway, these days I'm very polite, very laid back, very kind. You wouldn't know that if you came on the chat, but on this show I am. Reese, there was nothing said at the meeting today with the. So when you were listening to Putin and I'm sorry, when you were listening to Putin and Trump talk today, they actually said nothing other than maybe they'll do it again in Moscow. I think he might have had to go. Yeah, he keeps a lot of things on, and sometimes these conversations gets rough for him too. Well, we get into some stuff that's hard. When you served, and some of the stuff we served into, sometimes it gets hard to talk about it.
Yes.
It's just one of those things. I've talked more about my service in the last few days than I have the entire time I've been alive. It's just to let people know that stuff happens. Well, most of what I've done is classified anyway. I mean, but I can talk about being in the service, and I can talk about its effects on me. I can't actually talk about what I was doing. I'll tell you this: I got lucky. My captain pulled me out of Special Forces because he wanted me on the ship being a advanced avionics and advanced electronics. Matter of fact, the way he did it was he pulled me out of being an enlisted man and gave me made me an officer. That way they couldn't just yank me out. Yeah. So Special Forces guys who are in the shit are not officers. They're enlisted men. Their leader will either be a lieutenant or a lieutenant commander. But their cells will be enlisted men. And then in the end, when he tried to yank me again for the second time, the Nimitz was the flagship. So the captain on that ship was equivalent to an admiral. So he just told the guy, "You can't have him." The guy went to all kind of people to get me back, and they said no. The captain wants him. That's where he's staying. So we'll tell you this: it made my life safer. Even though working in the reactor rooms in the deck of a carrier is not exactly the safest places to be. Well, on any ship, it doesn't matter what ship you're on. There's just dangers when you're serving in the military.
Yep.
Oh, you mean the Air Force? Them pansy boys, don't even get me started on the Air Force. They're a bunch of pansies, man. They don't even get your uniforms.
Yeah, they go
dirty.
live in freaking hotels.
I know, man. They're pansy boys. Them pilots are badass, but they still pansy boys.
Well, you know what they call the Coast Guard, Joe.
Oh, we don't get.
You know what they call the Coast Guard?
They're not even real Navy, real service. Or what the hell is Coast Guard?
No, they call them puddle jumpers. Puddle jumpers is what they call the Coast Guard.
Because that's what they are. They drive around little puddles.
And do you know what the Navy is now? They are the Marines Uber drivers. Did you know that?
Well, I guess we could do that. I mean, since we all have a Marine deployed to our. So, like on the Nimitz, we had a Marine group deployed to our ship. Yes. And most big ships have Marines deployed. Well, because you don't never know where they are, and they can be dropped off at a moment's notice. You can load them on a plane and drop them off somewhere. Yeah, well, the Marines have their own. They got Harrier carriers, and they've got some of their own ships, and then they got. But the reason that we used to get in fights in the Navy so much when I was first there is we'd always say the same thing. So when you look at a Marines check, it doesn't say U.S. Marines. No, that's not what it says. It says U.S. Navy.
Yep.
So they're not their own separate branch. They belong to the Navy. Yes, they do
Yeah,
too.
that's right. They are part. They're part
I
of the
used to
US
piss the
Navy.
Marines off. Oh man, I got hit several times for that while I was in tech school. Mm.
Oh,
Yeah, that's funny. You
Call 'em
said that.
out,
I made homemade burgers myself tonight. They were good too. They were really, really good. Anyway, we got a lot of news to catch up on. But first off, when we hear something about Trump and Putin, we'll talk about it. I mean, there's supposed to be a press conference tonight. Maybe they already had it. I haven't seen it.
They had it.
Screen.
Yes,
they?
yum. Very yummy.
Well, no, I know they had the first one, but there was supposed to be a second one where Trump just talked by himself.
Oh, I don't know if that one started yet. No.
Yeah, so the first one was just him and Putin, niceties, shaking hands. I tell you what, though, it was so funny when that B-2 bomber and them jets came over. I thought Putin was going to hit the deck, man. He looked like, whoa, what the hell was that? No, you're okay. It's just in honor of you, Mr. Putin. Just wanted to know if we wanted to blow you off the planet.
Bring this question up to you, Joe and Jay, especially Jay. What do you think about Trump taking over D.C. with the National Guard, dude?
I think it's a good thing.
Yeah,
I think
they're patrolling it now.
Well,
I mean, as long as you're getting rid of criminals, I think it's a fantastic thing. Yeah.
Let me see.
And I think Muriel Bowser likes the idea too.
Oh yeah, she said she had no problem working with Trump on this, but let me see. Let me see if I can find this thing from earlier tonight. Okay.
I
what
believe
is this?
you, Amelia. I believe you.
All right, what the bleep? I gotta find out why I keep getting these weird things pop up on my screen. Anyway, so CNN had a chart up tonight about what the people want. Well, first off, the people are overwhelmingly happy with what he's doing with getting people out the country. So that's not even a thing. Even some Democrats are happy about that. So CNN put up a thing on crime. So who do you trust on crime? So Biden was negative 26%. Trump was plus 1%. That means he's 27% higher than the Democrats when it comes to crime. So that means, people, that the American public are quite happy with what he's doing on crime. I don't think you're going to see the American public getting upset about any of this. So when you go, somebody said, oh, well, DC's crime's down 26%. And you know what? Minor crime is down 26%, but they are the fourth highest in murder. So no, it's time to straighten that out. And they need to get the homeless out. It's an embarrassment. So look at California did when the world leader came in. California got rid of all the homeless off the streets because they were embarrassed. When you travel overseas, you don't really see this homeless problem like you see here. And it's embarrassment to the United States when you drive from the airport and all you see is homeless all the way to the Capitol. It shouldn't be like that. It should be fixed. And it should not be an embarrassment for world leaders coming here. Don't let me forget to talk about China's economy because it's pretty much done for. Let me see though if I can. Yeah, it's in a bad way. Let me can see. Where was this at? Yeah. We're all happy for you, China. It's where was it? It was it under Fox? Let me see. It was under one of these because it's funny.
Another Amelia Pisano and one of his other cats.
We got a faker. Oh no, we can't be having no fakers. Dean, you can get on Pal Talk. What's the room title? UFO Paranormal Radio. Yes, you can get on Pal Talk. If you got to have a chat group on Pal Talk, but yeah, you can get on there. In that room, there'll be anywhere from 10 people to 100 people. Yeah, it's not that hard to find. It's no. I decided I had actually told Michelle about this a couple of weeks ago. Once it gets stable, I'm gonna start letting our hosts use it. Well, it's just another way to get questions, and there seems to be more people there than there are on YouTube. Well, it's an old group. Originally, the group was 14 years old before we closed it the first time. And man, them people ask seriously hard questions. Now it's not quite as hard, but they're still having fun. What is with this computer? This thing is like in grandma mode or something. Sorry, guys, I'm just waiting on something to open up. Actually, we should.
For a break.
We are past due for a break. Yes. Somebody put up some QT.
Yeah.
Somebody put up some QT music while I'm
I
looking
have
for
something
that.
ready to go.
Jeffrey Pritchard. Jeffrey hosts the Church of Mavis.
We were on just
Jeffrey,
a few hours ago.
Yeah, you know Jeffrey. Jeffrey's been around forever. No, you're thinking about So way back in the day, Jeffrey used to do text chat. He'd bring on his guests and they were text. That's how I met him. Matter of fact, he said, "You want to come on my show? It's in text." I'm like, "What? Text?" I said, "You want me to do what? You want me to text?" That's why I offered him a show. I'm like, "Dude, come on, man. You can't expect me to sit here and text," which I did, but still. No, he's a good guy. I like Jeffrey. No, we don't agree on politics, but I like Jeffrey. It's
He's extremely
no,
liberal.
he's a liberal. Yeah, he's a liberal. He's a nice guy. Just because he's liberal don't mean he's not a nice guy.
Yeah, very cool dude. Yeah.
Yeah, he voted
Are
for
we
Trump.
ready?
Oh yeah, go ahead, take us out.
Okie doke, here we go.
Woman on the radio talks about revolution, but it's already passed by. Bob Dylan didn't have this to sing about. You know it feels good to be alive. I was alive and I waited. I was alive and I waited for this. Right here, right now. There is no other place I wanna be. Right here, right now. Watching the world wake up from history. I saw the decade end when it seemed the world could change at the blink of an eye. And if anything, then there's your sign of time. I was alive and I waited. I was alive and I waited for this. Right here, right now. I was alive and I waited. I was alive and I waited for this. Right here, right now. There is no other place I wanna be. Right here, right now. Watching the world wake up from history. Right here, right now. There is no other place I wanna be. Right here, right now. Watching the world wake up from history. Right here, right now. There is no other place I wanna be. Right here, right now. Watching the world wake up.
Now we got to go help people.
You all right, Jeff?
Damn.
You all right?
Yeah, I went down the wrong throat, wrong pipe. Sorry about that. It's no, ladies and gentlemen, I would find this for you, but for some reason my computer's acting like an ass. Must have picked up a cold on it or something. It's
Got a virus
well,
in there somewhere.
I don't know what it is. It's
Got to be something.
it's been acting a little squirrely last couple of days. I restarted it and it's still acting squirrely. So, well, this computer's just 4 here, so I don't know why we get anything. We don't really do anything but go on different links like these. And we don't care about Chuck Todd. Chuck Todd can go to sleep.
He does.
Yeah, you know, one of my liberals was telling me how good Joe Biden was doing. I was like, were you in like an alternate universe or something? I was kind of. So one of the news agencies put out that there's four evil alien races coming to get us, to destroy us.
Yeah.
And what's interesting about that is the what is that thing? That satellite. Anyway, it's been up there for 12,500 years. It's just been hovering over there, just not moving. Black Star, is that what it is? Black Star satellite? Anyway, what the hell is the name of that satellite? It's been up there forever. Well, it turned yesterday. It started facing out towards space. It's never moved before. It's almost like it's getting ready to address something coming this way. It's kind of weird that it would do that for a satellite that's never moved.
Let me ask you this question, Joe. Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Are there aliens out there? I know there's aliens out there, yes, but are there some species out there that will or try to protect Earth from the bad ones?
It looks like this satellite is going to try. So this is weird. This satellite, they've been talking about this satellite forever, and the military would never even say that it was real. They were just, no, it doesn't exist, doesn't exist. Well, that Omarosa, no, that's not his name, but Uma, whatever they call it, came by.
Oumuamua.
Yeah, Oumuamua. They said it sent a message. Now they're saying it didn't send a message. But anyway, since all of that happened, the Atlas satellite's headed towards Earth. At first it was going to Mars. Now they say it's going to come closer to Earth. We'll have to wait and see about that bullshit. And they said maybe that the satellite first one sent a message. Maybe the message wasn't intended for us. Maybe it was intended for Atlas, or maybe it was intended for somebody else. So now they're thinking maybe they're coming here. Maybe not us, another race, their home race. It wasn't. We just intercepted it, is what they're saying. That the message wasn't intended for us at all. We just picked it up because it was on a widespan broadcast. So they're thinking it was sent to that thing, which may be coming here for whatever reasons. So this other satellite that's been sitting up in space in a stationary orbit, the other day today just turns and starts looking out to space like it's waiting for something to come here. Maybe whoever set us up originally left protection behind. Or maybe it's just, hey, yeah, we're here. Humans are stupid. Come on. I mean, it could be any of that. It's hard to say exactly what it was, but it's definitely moved. And it never moved before. And nobody ever, I mean, for years and years and years, we didn't know. We never even said what it was. They just said, no, it didn't exist. Even though we had pictures of it. No, it didn't exist. No, it didn't exist. It's not real. It didn't exist. It's not part of our system. Well, I can't remember the name of this damn thing. It's just going out of my head. I'm going to have to type in to find out what it is. But at this point, it does seem that maybe it's going to protect us. Maybe.
Hey, Joe, Amelia sent you a playlist to your cell phone.
Did she? Okay. To my cell phone. Oh, she probably didn't get the right number
Yeah.
because I got a new number. No, I got a new number now. I got a Mississippi number now. My old number I had to get rid of because how can I say this politely? People were bugging the shit out of me because when I retired, nobody could find me. Nobody knew what I was up to. I was getting customers that were still calling me. And I was like, no, I'm not doing this anymore. And I didn't want to be rude to them, so I stopped answering the phone. But eventually, it got to the point where I just got rid of it and got a new phone. And I live in Mississippi anyway, so I might as well have a local number. I'll send you my new number, Amelia, when I get a second. Right now, I'm just trying to get stupid links to work. I've never had a problem with links before. This is crazy. Nothing's responding. And then there's another thing that we've been getting. Okay.
Is it possible that Big Brother out there is blocking you from these links?
Oh no, this it could be, but this seems to be something stupid. It's just happened the other day. Every now and then I get a commercial that pops up.
Is he
So
frozen?
Jay, how are you doing, buddy?
I'm good. Did
No.
Joe's camera freeze?
I think so. It looks like it.
Yeah. I think your camera froze, Joe, if you can hear us. I'm doing pretty good, man. Tomorrow is going to be a busy day. I'm going to be so exhausted. I already am. I've been up since 6 a.m. I got a painting class at 10, and I don't know when we'll get out. We've been getting out early because it's been mostly just one or two people. And then from 1 to 4, my work is having a family fun day, and I get to go bowling. Yay.
Well, that's cool. Are you going to eat pizza?
Got my bowling glove on.
Got your bowling glove on?
I don't know what the hell that was. That was just weird. Okay.
You froze up like a damn Trick TV dinner, man.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I clicked to
Yes,
let
you
me out
did.
of here, and it took
Me
forever
too,
just
Amelia.
to. It took me forever just to get it to drop. I was like, "Come on, let
Amelia
me
loves
go."
bowling. Yeah.
I used to bowl when I was young.
Hey, my buddy Brian
I'm
that I
tearing
drove
up
out to
rugs
Arizona,
still,
we
so.
were on a league when we worked together in Gaithersburg. And, you know, I didn't suck, but I wasn't great. I had an average 125. But I witnessed him, my friend Brian, roll a 300. That was badass.
Yeah, it's badass to see somebody roll a 300.
Wow.
Yeah, the whole place lit up.
My aunt was dating a professional bowler. I think his name was Bobby Jacks. And,
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they hit 300s pretty regularly, but
I miss bowling on TV.
he was showing me how to do it, and I was like, well, okay.
Still there.
You know, it was.
I can't get it on any of my
Bowling's
free
still on
roaming
TV,
sticks.
Jay.
So.
It's yeah, you can watch it.
Look what
It's like
Amelia
watching darts. It's watching bowling and watching darts. Even watching golf is watching like paint dry.
Amelia has long nails.
Every time I search on my Roku for bowling, I get soccer.
Oh my
Like,
God.
no, I don't want soccer. Bowling, PBA.
So China's in deep shit. China's about to collapse. If Trump don't help them out, they're in deep shit.
Really?
And everybody's saying why is China's
Italian
debit crisis should
bowling.
concern your the global impact. If China goes down, it's going to be a major problem for a lot of people. It's it will be for the United States for a little while and Europe for a little while, but eventually we'll start picking up all of our own manufacturing again, and it will just bring more money to our companies and to European companies and to places like Vietnam and Singapore and things like that. But China might find themselves. Remember, how much money they've been spending on defense and our military. They might find themselves in the shitter. Not going to be able to keep up with their fleets. Not going to be able to keep up with new construction. They're not going to be able to keep up. Remember, Trump did this the first time to him, and when he did it, we found out that all those buildings they were building were empty. There was nothing in them. So China said, "Oh, we're just doing that so we have these materials in case we go to war. We'll ever need them." No bullshit. They were empty. They couldn't get anybody in them, and it was just a disaster for them. Now here we are again, and China's in deep shit. I don't know how they're going to get out. What the hell? Where is Rumble?
I don't know. Did you? I didn't say. I was busy with. I came right from work and got on church.
Oh, there it goes. Okay, it made me. No, they were on. It made me restore the page for some reason. I don't know what the hell that was about. They weren't showing on my page. I don't know. They're in deep crap. I don't.
Oh.
So I don't know what we're gonna do. I don't know. It's gonna be bad. We won't be able to watch TV no more. It's we won't be able to get cheap TVs. I never bought a TV from China.
1,000 years in advance.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for them, they're screwed. Their 1,000 years must have been in reverse. It's not the first time we've come close to bankrupting them. So remember, this is what's weird about this. In 2017, China was forecast to pass the United States in GDP. And because of Trump, they didn't. So then again, now they were working towards that with all these tariffs and all this other stuff they were doing, and Trump comes in and kicks them right square in the nuts. So now they're not going to pass us. To be lucky to pass anybody. They're going to be lucky to hold on to number 2 spot if they're not careful. They're in deep trouble. And if their people start having to go back to living like shit, they're going to be even more deep trouble. See, right now, so China's a hybrid, just like Dubai is. It's a hybrid. So Dubai is a hybrid in the fact that they're technically a Muslim country, but the way they treat foreigners and all aren't like that. And China's a hybrid in the fact that its lower governments can be voted on, but their upper government's a communist party. I think the people are getting tired of the Communist Party, and if they can't make any money and they start not being able to live like Americans or Westerners, there's going to be a problem, a real big problem. So I don't exactly know what China's going to do. China's in without Europe and America's help, they're bankrupt. They're not going to be anything but a bankrupt nation if they can't get the U.S. and China to help them out. I mean, U.S. and that's what it is.
Okay.
The Black Knight satellite. This is what I was talking about. Hold on. This is what I was talking about earlier. The Black Knight satellite.
Oh yeah.
So they're thinking this thing is here to help us because it's been sitting up there inert for as long as we've been in space. They said it's been there for at least 12,000 years, at least. Now, all of a sudden, the other day, it just turns around and faces towards deep space. Not like it's trying to take off, like it's awaiting something to come in that it might need to blow up. So think about this. This is 20,000-year-old technology that all of a sudden just turned on and looks like it's waiting for an invasion of some sort. Maybe it's going to blow up that Atlas asteroid. It's waiting on something because it came alive. So that's why the military actually said something about it. Because the military always
maybe it's going to shoot at
somebody has to be controlling that, shouldn't they be?
It's probably automated.
Well, think inert things in space usually don't change direction like that.
Black satellite.
It's people have been talking about it, and people have been getting pictures of it on satellites for years.
Black satellite
itself, it's running itself, just like our AI.
If it reoriented itself, it indicates intelligent control or remote.
It probably picked up the Oumuamua signal going to Atlas, and now it's kind of like, oh, wait a minute, where's this coming from? Maybe we should be paying more attention. And they said for days and days and days, Oumuamua was coming back. Now they said it's not. That it hasn't turned around. That it's going straight. I wish they'd fucking make up their minds because it's getting a little irritating now. Jay and I reported this on 2 or 3 times because they said NASA said it, they were coming back, and then all of a sudden now it's not coming back. And now the Atlas satellite's supposed to be coming closer to Earth than Mars. Look, these motherfuckers need to make up their mind what the hell's going on, and tell us exactly what it is, because it seems like every time I go to the astronomy world, it's changing. It's pissing me off is what it's doing. It's but now, I mean, let me see if I can find this thing. what we know about the mysterious Black Knight satellite. And they're just popping up data out the yin yang. It's they're trying to say, hey, look, pay attention, people. This thing might it's either here to save us or here to kill us. I don't know. We're gonna have to wait and see, people.
Well, if the data is correct,
Joe,
the
Millie got a
picture of
question
if
for you.
it is a picture of Oumuamua
Millie got
returning
a
to
question.
our planet, it's dragging a dozen or so other large things with it.
Yeah, so they keep changing their mind about Oumuamua, so I'm just going to leave it alone until they retell themselves that it's coming back, because it was coming back and now it's going straight. Now it's going to disappear out of. We'll never see it again. So I don't know.
Millie wants to know, can you find the 9 million barn Trudeau built with an elevator that goes into the ground? Joe.
I would like to find it out, and you got to wonder what the hell that's for. Maybe that's because he knows something's coming.
That's where he keeps his collection of pink shorts.
No, well, yeah, it might. Excuse me. It might be, but just recently, some agency put out that there's 4 groups of aliens coming here to kill us.
Really?
Yeah. So it's. I think it was.
Where was that rumor coming from, though? Because that's the first I've heard of that.
Well, it was. I think it was on Fox when I read it today.
Oh, geez, so that is fresh. We were complaining that it was, had stagnated.
Let's see. So this. Wait, what is this article? So now we're sending troops to the Caribbean to let China know you can't go roaming around in the Pacific. I'm like, they didn't got any money to fill their ships. Yeah, they're going to definitely go out after the drug cartels. That's definitely true. B-2 stealth bomber conducts fly. Oh, yeah, we would know about that. That was funny as hell. Earth gets signals every 44 minutes. Source found. Oh, yeah, what's the source? Does it
Probably
say?
One of Saturn's rings.
Regular signal. It's been going on for a long time.
Probably one of Saturn's rings.
Saturn's rings are just about going. They're going to be going pretty
They
soon.
still emanate a radio signature while they're there.
How does that happen, Jay? Can you explain that to me? How they're
That you'd have to ask a rocket
happens?
scientist for. Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson would know. I do not know the answer, Sean. I'm sorry about that one.
Well, the reason they're going away is they're just being sucked up by Saturn.
Oh, the reason they're going away, yeah, but the reason why they make a radio signal, I have no idea.
Yeah, radio signal, Joe.
I have no idea.
Well, okay. All planets, even moons, give off a signal. So I play them at Halloween. You'll hear me. Like Jupiter's is extremely creepy sounding.
Yeah,
It
so it
sounds like it sounds like something out of the out of something out of 40s or 50s movie or something. They all of them do. It's like they're talking, and there's a lot of reasons they say they do, but I think the scientists are and the woolies like we are. Like, what the hell is this? Okay, y'all said y'all going to tell us where this came from. You still ain't told us where it came from. Okay, well that sounds like a bullshit article. Trump administration
what we like
gets
to call affectionately clickbait.
Yeah. Trump administration gets major court win. What are they blocking now? Oh, they get to fire all the people at the.
Not just candy, the candy. This is the movie candy. What you do is you buy 2 packages. One package you eat, the other package you throw at people you don't like in the movie theater, like those who are talking or using their cell phones.
So Trump won another big win, so he gets to fire everybody over at the federal building in the Financial Protection Bureau. He's canning all those people.
Yeah.
Oh, did you hear about the unusual suspicious white powder found in the ICE offices within New York City?
Wait, say that again. You broke up.
What was that?
Sorry, there was a suspicious white substance found in a mailing sent to the ICE offices in New York City.
I wonder what that was. I haven't heard nothing about it, but I wonder what that was.
It was I heard about it. It was just yesterday or the day before. It was on the news, and I haven't heard any follow up as to what it was, or all I know is that whatever it was mailed in. Kind of like the anthrax scares of a few years ago.
Oh, look! So Trump's going to use a mineral deal with Russia from Alaska to help get the war to end in the Ukraine. Well, ain't that
All they
interesting?
got is gold and silver up there in Alaska, dude.
No, they got all kind of uranium, all sorts of shit in
Majority of it.
Alaska.
Yeah, they've got frankincense and
I
myrrh
thought,
too.
oh,
They got oil and
oh,
stuff.
you know what? No, I hear that up there in the Arctic, up in the circle, that they are opening it up because of new ship lanes that are going on, shipping lanes. That's what they're talking. I heard that on the news, that they're going to talk about opening up shipping lanes up around the Antarctic.
Yeah, well, they're going to open up some of them because the way the ice is working, but it's still going to freeze up like 5 months of the year. They're still going to be stuck. The more important shipping lanes right now are going to be the ones from Earth to the moon. Those are going to be extremely important. And now it's looking like China's not going to be able to do that because they're not going to have the money to do it. And it's going to be a rough thing. Oh, the American pilots were talking about the Chinese plane. They were laughing, actually. They weren't talking nice about it. They were saying that the Hornet could take it without any problem at all. They don't even need the F-22. They were saying that the supersonic J-20 supersonic J-20 plane, the one that their stealth plane, that a Hornet could take it.
An
They said they don't.
F-18 Hornet?
Yeah, could take it. Yeah.
Take a hypersonic drone? I don't think so.
No, it's not a drone. It's a J-20 stealth plane the Chinese are building. Their fifth generation plane. Their fifth generation plane, which
I thought I heard you say X-47.
No, the X-47 is not a drone. They're putting people
the
in
first
it.
concept of it was a drone. I don't.
Yeah, but not anymore. They said they don't have the money or the technology to make it a drone. They need to put people in it. They were talking about that the other day. I caught it on a news article on TV. They were like, "Oh, well, this is going to change." I don't know why. I guess because it's too big. I'm not sure why. Because it's the size of a normal aircraft. It's not like the drones you see for those F-22s and F-35s.
Even the
those drones are smaller.
Well, I don't know. I mean, if you ever saw the D-27 or the D-21 drone that was on the SR-71 platform, they were probably about as large as a small one-man fighter.
Yeah, I mean, all the drones I've seen are about half the size of a fighter. They can carry as much ammo as a fighter, but they're about half the size.
That were on those SR-71s. That was a pretty large device. You could probably retrofit to make it a human-flown machine.
The ones they were showing for the Navy were about half the size of a regular plane. It's but I mean, I imagine eventually they can get everything, but it's something to do. It was something, I don't know if it was cost or what it was, because I was only half-assed paying attention to the article. They said there's no reason for the F-22 or the F-35 to engage the J-20. And they said that the J-20 is so far behind the F-47 that it's not even worth talking about. Well, I mean, because the F-47 sixth generation fighter. That's oh man, I don't even know why they write articles like this. It's what's this? Yeah, and DARPA's doing something to one of the F-22s. So DARPA decided that one of the planes can be made into a space plane. Now, how the hell are they going to make it into a space plane? It's got to have oxygen to run its engines. What are they going to do? Put oxygen tanks on board the ship? That's not going to work.
Can I ask who DARPA is?
DARPA works for Space Force now, but they used to be the agency that invents new shit. Very advanced stuff. So DARPA's got a shuttle thing that flies in space.
Okay.
I believe in 1948 or 49, it began as a special access program called ARPA, Advanced Research Projects Agency. And then they were given the task of creating some way of communicating large banks of data from one side of the country to the other. without sending, conspicuous packages of paper. And that's what eventually would become email. They started that in 47, 48, and that's when they turned to DARPANet, and that's now Defense Advanced Research Programs Agency Network. And they have their fingers in every aspect of what Eisenhower and Truman called the military-industrial complex.
Well, now they work for the Space Force. It's that's who they work for now. Space.
Who does
allegedly too? Everybody, if you go in space, you work for Space Force. Even Navy, Air Force, doesn't matter who you are. If you got something going in space, you work for Space Force. Trump made sure of that. I'm not exactly sure why Trump made sure of that, which I'm still a little confused by.
I have here, Joseph, a photograph of a SR-71 after it is being refueled with a D-21 drone on top of its dorsal. And you tell me whether or not you think it's large enough to carry a human being. I think it is.
It's
add to
DARPA, get off of my screen. I'm sorry, DARPA.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, just for that little thing on DARPA, everybody was coming in and out, and everybody was freezing.
What do you think, Joe? Look.
Hey, hold on, let me come back. Wait, hold on. I'm not on that screen yet. I gotta come back. Oh no, that thing's tiny, man.
What do you mean that's tiny?
Blow that up. That's tiny.
The drone.
It's not even the width of the.
This is the cockpit.
It's not even the size of the wings on the damn SR-71.
Look at the cockpit windows. There's 3 to 5 men inside this space right here. This thing can carry at least one human being and become a fighter jet. And it is
I think it's too small. I think the circumference of it is too small, and the wings, the way they're designed, probably can't carry humans.
I really don't.
So,
this is engine right here.
I'm really confused. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It's all engine. You ain't got any room in there for a pilot. It's
I think it could be retrofitted. You'd have to add
no, because then you'd have to move the engine. Because the way the engine's designed, you're not getting nobody in there. It's the engine runs from front to back, so there's no real space in there. You'd have to change your engine configuration around. So therefore,
the nose cones in. You see the nose cones are moved in. That means it's the hot. This cone won't go inward until they're at 6,000 or 7,000 miles an hour before this can activate.
Those are badass start off with.
That's a very cool.
So the 47 is a confusion plane. I have seen 4 configurations now. 4.
Yeah.
I've seen the Navy drone configuration, which is kind of about, I don't know, maybe the size of an F-18, maybe a little bit smaller. That's a B, by the way. I've seen the C, which is about twice that size, same exact plane, but just like twice the size. So this shit gets really confusing with them because I don't think they can make up their mind what exactly they're doing with this plane. Because the one on the carrier is definitely a drone. It's supposed to be for the F-35s, which, by the way, the F-35 ain't that big of a craft. When you get up close to it, it's not really that big of an airplane.
But they can't. They do have models that carry one pilot and one weapons operator or something to that effect.
Yeah, they do. So when you get into it, you're looking at these things, going, okay, make up your mind, which one of these are this? Because the one I'm looking at right now is definitely a drone. No ifs, ands, or buts. It's a drone. But when I typed in crew for F-47, it came up with 2 crew members. So make your fucking mind up here. I mean, this is ridiculous. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I'm getting it. No, that's a 47. So its wingspan is 27.8 feet. That's a pretty decent wingspan.
Which plane is this?
This is the X-47B. No, that's the A. Sorry.
Wingspan?
I'm sorry. It's different. That's the A. The A and the B are different. I'm not sure why the A and the B are different. I'm trying to find out right now. I'm pulling it up. Okay. So
Yeah,
in
Northrop Grumman X-47B.
this one says semi-autonomous operation, which means not a drone, but it's kind of AI,
Remote
but it's all
controlled.
it's basically from the ship next to it. This one says 2 crew members. This one says 1 crew member. This one says autonomous drone. Make your fucking mind up.
Yeah, Wikipedia.
And they're all
has
different size.
drones.
Like this one's got 2 weapons bays. This one's got 1 weapons bay. It's
Words.
really, really. You
End
know
of
what?
program.
You know what? I think they're doing that on purpose.
Yeah,
I think they're doing
confuse
this on
people.
purpose. Yeah, that's what they're doing.
All right, so here we go. This is the variants. X-47A, original proof of concept prototype with a 27.8 foot wingspan, first flown in 2003. X-47B, demonstrator
What is
model
this?
aircraft with a 62 foot wingspan,
Holy
first flown in
shit, look at this.
2011. X-47C, proposed larger version intended for the Navy's U-class project or as an Air Force strategic bomber. General characteristics: crew, none aboard, semi-autonomous operations.
And this one
Really?
is
Because I just
Oh, now
I just
here
looked
hang
up
on.
the-
Here's another one. Here's a related development: Northrop Grumman X-47A Pegasus. X-47A Pegasus, also a drone.
so this one right here is saying 2 weapons bays with 2 pilots at 45,000 pounds, and it's also the B. So there's 2 versions of the B.
As they
Yeah.
said down in
That's what
Old
I'm
Jam.
looking
Yeah,
at.
I'm actually on their page right now, and it even
Hey,
gives you
Heidi.
cost at 635.8 million.
Oh, hi Heidi.
So now I see what's going on.
All I can say about that, Joe, is it's like they said in
Air
Jonestown,
Force-
someone isn't stirring the Kool-Aid.
No, Air Force is using drones. I mean, no, Navy's using drones. Air Force using pilots. It's actually what it
Okay.
said. So that makes no sense to me.
Well, it makes more
What?
sense now that we know
Oh,
that versions
well,
of
no.
All the Air Force
No,
is a
yeah, I
bunch
guess
of
it does
lazy
make sense.
bastards.
No, because these are supposed to fly in tandem with your jet. So if it's an F-35 and F-22, they're supposed to fly in tandem with your jets. But then this would not be a 6th generation fighter. If there's not a pilot on board, it's not a 6th generation fighter.
It's a first generation drone, or maybe it's 2nd or 3rd generation
Yeah,
drone.
well, something right there. But if it's going to be called a fighter, which they're calling it that, it has to have a crew.
Well, but also, I mean, listen to the name of it: semi-autonomous operation. So there are times it seems like it might work like a torpedo, where you can go search left, search right, search high, search low,
Yeah.
find something, shoot it, and kill it. Which tends to also sound like artificial intelligence, and that's something that could be a good or bad thing or corruptible thing down the line.
So this is what it's saying. It's saying for the Navy's, they're drones. For the Air Force, they're going to have a crew. As I'm reading through it, Northrop Grumman's talking about it right here. And something to do the Wayback Machine. What the fuck, the Wayback Machine? Oh, shit. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. And then there's
You're typing pretty well, Heidi. That was a legible paragraph there.
CAS. There's a CASD version, whatever the hell that means.
Still the same plane, X-47.
It's still X-47.
Well, I mean, if they've got so many versions, how is it an X? Well, I mean, if the X is stands for
I'm with
X,
you. How's it an X? I'm with you. And from what I'm seeing here, wait, this is killing me. So first
Time to
flight
get it
2009. So let me go through this real quick because I don't want to take a bunch of time. So first flight 2009, first flight 2014, first flight 2015, first flight 2019. What the fuck?
Those are obviously the different variations of it that they've flown.
Okay, Northrop Grumman Integrated System X-40C CCS overview, May 14th, 2009. This one, next one was Northrop Grumman 2016, retrieved 3 February 2013. And then this one is 2011. Oh, God, come on, people. This is a fuck up. How many versions of this thing are they?
I am looking at like 3 or 4 on Wikipedia, but I'm sure there's.
I'm looking at like 5 or 6.
And well, I mean, it looks like the program started in 2003, so I mean, it's only a 20-year-old program. Most planes, aren't revealed or brought out to the public until at least 20 or
It
25
says
years.
all Navy versions. It says
tested.
all Navy versions unmanned.
Yeah.
That's what it says on here. But then it says on air and the Air Force, there's two. Oh man, I don't even think it's the same plane.
Yes, it is.
I don't know why they're mixed together. I don't even think it's the same plane.
Yeah.
I just read that the F-47 is supposed to take over the F-22s. What do you guys think of that?
Yeah, well, it
Say
can.
that again? I didn't hear you.
It's supposed to take over the F-22s, but it can. If it's not a manned fighter, it's not a fighter.
Yeah. Is that what the question was? Well, do you think it'll take over the
No,
F-22s?
he said he just read it's going to take over for the F-22.
For doing what? No way.
That's what I just read, Jay.
I mean, yeah, that doesn't make that's. Well, that's typical, typical, government spending for you. Is, you get the number one top of the line 6th generation fighter craft, and then 2 years after it goes operational, you shoot it out of the sky with the drone and an X-35, wannabe.
It's
Am I right or am I wrong?
I understand what you're talking about, Jay, but that's what I read, and it's a two-man pilot, one man or
that's what it says. It says it's a 2-man pilot. So obviously we got a couple of versions of the 47s. Obviously that's what it is.
Well, and the Navy's notorious for doing the same thing too. They promote a certain new class of ship. Like, yeah, we're gung ho about this. We're going to make 15 of them, and they make 3, and they're like, all right, we're done. They did that with the Seawolf. They did. How many Ohio classes did they make? I don't know. They're supposed to make 24. What did they make? 15. I mean, they do that all the time, and maybe it's budgeting and depending on who gets in control of the Congress and whatnot. But it seems like a lot of it's wasted money.
So,
I mean, if you're gung ho about a project and you're going to spend this much money on it, why stop after you build 2 or 3 of them? Is it at that point you've already made something better? I mean, it would seem if you're already on the project to make something better, stay with the better piece before the other one comes. I mean, it's illogical.
They had to build something, Jay. They had to build something.
So wait, hold on.
No, I understand. The problem is, I mean, I read a lot of these Jane's books, particularly with the naval equipment, the boats and the destroyers and all that, and they come out with a new class.
So wait, it's the F-47. Oh, that's what the difference is. Okay, so you can see the crew cabin on this ship.
Yeah, that's an AI picture, though.
No, well, they're saying this is what it is. It's actually flying. They're saying it's a flying craft.
Yeah.
That looks nothing like the X-47. That's what the problem is. It's got, why do they have the same number on it? That's fucking ignorant. Excuse my language.
Well, I don't know. But that's what I read.
No, that's it. That's it. You can actually see the guy in there. You can see the guy in there. And look, that's what the problem is.
Yeah, but there's
one's an X and one's an F. I don't know why they use the same number. That was the most ignorant thing I've ever seen. But that's definitely a man. See, because you can't be a fighter if you're not a manned. You can be a drone fighter craft, but you can't actually be a fighter, a Gen 6th gen fighter if you don't have people on board. This looks like there's 2 people on board. It's that's an F-22. No, we don't want to do that. I think this is what the hell is this? This is neither one. Stop throwing ignorant shit on the screen. That's the F-22. And here it is again. Oh, see, there it is. The F-47 and the X-47. Oh, no, it ain't. That ain't it. That's another F-47.
Yeah, and like I said, there's like 20 different pictures of the F-47, so I'm not sure anybody knows what it actually looks like.
This is.
No, wait a minute. I know. Let's see.
But that's what it is. It's the F-47. This is the one.
I'll bet you the model company Rebel has a model of it, and they're usually pretty accurate.
I remember hearing about this thing, how badass it was.
Yeah, but can it outperform an F-22 though?
Oh yes, by far. supposed to be the next generation stealth. It's supposed to have way more things than the F-22 does, even though F-22 is a beast. But it has multi-targeting, which the F-22 does, but this one actually targets at a greater rate. Oh, this is the one that can go invisible. It's stealth, but it can also go invisible. Remember, Jay, we had this one on here. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
now.
we talked about this. The one it goes
Yeah.
optically and electronically invisible, so it's visible to both radar, sonar, and the eyeball. That's
no tail fin whatsoever. It doesn't
there are
need
some tail fin surfaces coming off of some of the chines, but there really is no major central directional device.
But I thought they said they were putting cut wings in the front. I guess they changed their mind.
Well, you can see something coming off the chines on that other pic, the grayer one, and that's an offset picture there. And that's what it is. It's not a wing thing. The black one in that picture, that's a chine. It's not a wing. And then the gray one has two vertical surfaces coming off of its chines.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. What the hell's a chine?
Do you see at the front of the nose the same thing that had the SR-71 had, but the SR-71 actually had wings. This is where the chine is. It actually it widens out and forms the fuselage, starting from the nose cone, and that vehicle that you see behind it had two vertical wing surfaces. So that was probably the X.
See them? They're built in. They're part of this. Instead of being a separate wing, they built them in. You can see them right there and right there.
Yeah.
And then
that's the chine right there.
Now, if you look at the engine on this one,
it's molded in.
And then you look at the engine on this one. Oh wait, where's it at? One of the engines are on top. One of the engines is in the middle. I mean, on the bottom. Where did it go? I just had it up here a minute ago.
That's the intake on the bottom.
Look at the intake on this fucking thing.
Yeah.
I wonder if this is Rand scoop.
It is a scoop, yes. It's probably a scramjet, I would think.
They were saying it's supersonic, so they're Mach 3 or better. I'm thinking this thing might be like the SR-71 do Mach 6.
Oh, I'll bet you it does twice that.
So this is the J-20.
There's the Firefox.
Yeah, that's the new Russian U-56 is what that is, or something like that.
60 to 70,000 feet at most if they're a spy vessel. SR-71, I think its limit is still
how high.
Heidi
says, how high do those fly generally?
They're saying between 50 and 80,000 feet.
Yeah. I was going to say the SR-71, because of its stealth reconnaissance profile, probably 70 to 80,000. The fighter jet's probably 50 to 60 particularly when tactical situations. But when they're bugging out means getting the fuck out of the area. Pardon my French. That's when they go as high as they can, 70, 80,000 feet.
A lot of advantages to flying high. Yeah. One, you can see more. Two, your target's are going to come in at a lot faster. Yeah, see, this one's got the engine thing on the top. See it?
Yeah.
The engines are backed, but I didn't see that on the other one. I don't know. It looks like they made it.
So she comes back with another question. So disabled from land?
Maybe disabled from land.
Oh,
disabled, visible from land.
No. So this plane right here can turn invisible. You can't see it. It has a sensor system on top and a sensor system on bottom, and it mimics the surrounding area.
Actually what it is it's a series of cameras and video screens, basically top and bottom. So the cameras on the top part of the craft show what they see on the bottom part of the craft, and what the bottom cameras see, they present their video on the top of the craft. So it looks like what's below. So optically, it disappears to the human eye.
Were they drunk when they made this plane, or what, man?
They wanted to make something.
I think they actually got the idea from a sci-fi author, or maybe even a TV show.
They wanted to make sure that it could get into Moscow without being seen at all. They wanted to make sure that when you by the time you knew it was an airplane, you were dead.
Our F-117A stealth fighters in the first Gulf War, managed to fly all the way over the Middle East undetected, destroyed most of Saddam Hussein's air force within about 15, 20 minutes, and were already out of the area before his anti-aircraft guns realized they had been attacked.
Well, they were showing the B-2 when it went to Iran. They didn't even know it was there.
Yeah, they had no idea it was there until after they dropped these bombs. They were shooting the Iraqi, whatever, their defense forces started shooting AAA tracer rounds into the air at night, trying to shoot our planes down, but they had already left. The fight was over. They dropped their bombs and gone. It was too late. They were shooting at nothing.
Let's see. Here we go. F-47, U.S. Air Force, Air Dominance Program, combat radius, 1,000 nautical miles. What is it? About 1,500 miles. Top speed Mach 2. That's what they were saying fast than that the other day. This thing is supposed to be. It's supposed to be able to do multiple targets. In other words, it can take out a whole wing by itself, not including if it's got drones with it.
Oh yeah, God.
And I imagine that's what the X-47 is for the F-47. Now it actually makes sense to me. Before it wasn't making any sense at all. I was like, what the hell's going on here? They keep saying it's got a crew, and they're saying it's not got a crew. Well, now we know what it is. The F one's got a crew, the X one doesn't. Because I was wondering, the X looked kind of small for a crew. The first two times I've seen it, they got one. So, by the way, the X-47s are in use by the Navy. They've already got them on board the ships, and they were showing these ones on the George W. And they had an F-18 parked right next to it, and it wasn't much smaller than. And don't get me wrong, the F-18s are not a big jet, but it wasn't all that much smaller than the F-18. But the F-22 is actually a much bigger jet than the F-18. Much more powerful jet, much more deadly jet. The Chinese said that they're not sure if anything they have could take the F-22. And the Russians said the only thing they have would be the new U-56. That's their new sixth generation. But the Chinese said that they pretty much only have that on paper. They might have one mock-up, but on paper. Now, the Chinese have a new jet they were showing. It kind of looks like the jet we were showing, the 47. And it looked just like one giant wing. They said they were just showing it, but everybody agrees it was just probably a plastic mock-up.
Are we coming up on another break?
Oh, yeah. They said they can't even get the J-20 to fly. So how are they on a 6th gen? Nobody was buying their bullshit. But yeah, go ahead and cue us up. Hey, Heidi, how you doing, sweetie? But we're going to take a break right quick. Look at some sexy naked people, and then we'll go from there.
Here we go. It's a little bit of Kodachrome.
When I think back on all the crap I learned in high school, it's a wonder I can think at all. And my lack of education hasn't hurt me none. I can read the writing on the wall. Kodachrome, give us those nice bright colors. Give us the greens of summers. Makes you think all the world till a sunny day. Oh yeah, I got my Nikon camera. I love to take a photograph. So mama, don't take my Kodachrome away.
Okay.
All the girls I knew when I was single.
That'd be a lot of girls, man.
Brought them all together for
That would be a lot of girls.
I know they never match.
I was a dog, and I was like, woof, woof, when I was young.
and everything looks worse in black and white. Kodachrome,
My wife had to fight off a bunch of them.
give us those
I bet
Thank God she was mean. Yeah, well,
give us the
she didn't put up no shit there. So.
all the world's a sunny day, oh yeah. I got a Nikon camera, I love to take photographs, so Mama don't take my Kodachrome away. 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 Mama don't take my Kodachrome. Mama don't take my Kodachrome. Mama don't take my Kodachrome away. Mama don't take my Kodachrome. Leave your boss so far from home. Mama don't take my Kodachrome away. Mama don't take my Kodachrome. Mama don't take my Kodachrome away.
No, I found Amelia's playlist. It was in Spotify. I'm gonna have to put it on my.
Oh, you did? Good.
So I have it. So yeah. So look at this thing. The Germans built a space plane.
Who?
The fucking Germans built a space plane. The Germans.
Wow.
I'm thinking. What happened? There it is. Let me go. Oh wait, it's not even on this list. Germans just built a super space plane. No one saw coming. Not even NATO. Wow! Look at this thing.
I thought they weren't allowed to build planes.
Well, they're not allowed. They're only allowed to have a peacekeeping force.
Okay.
I guess this is. I only see one missile on it, so.
The hell's a
I guess that's a. I guess that's a.
force?
That means they can defend themselves, but they can't build a force that they can attack.
Okay.
Look at the Germans getting serious, man. They're not playing around. They always were good at building shit. I mean, Germans were always good at building shit. It looks like a damn
UFO.
I don't know.
Looks like a UFO, Joe.
Why they couldn't turn the SR-71 into a space plane or the new SR-72?
Maybe the
They're coming up-
SR-73.
They coming up with serious weapons. Yeah, this is going to be a space plane. So I guess it's going to fly into space and then come back down and do its thing. Yeah, look at this little thing, man. Come on. Damn Nazis. Oh, look, multiple. They got that from us, so we taught everybody how to do that. Oh, look at this thing. I hope that's not it. I'm sorry. Germans. That's probably the prototype. I'll stop being mean. Nazi
Heidi's
bastards.
German. Heidi's German.
Well, Heidi's not a Nazi though. It's that's I don't know. That's badass. It's okay. Trump administration makes concessions after the lawsuit filed in D.C. Yeah, Trump said, "Fuck y'all, we don't care." Great Pyramid timeline shattered as new. Where did it go? Jay was building pyramids. I told him about building damn pyramids. They would find out.
Well, you also you heard about that story that the Attorney General, I think it was, of D.C. filed that suit against Trump for what did they say? Hostile takeover? I don't think that's going to go very far.
Not a hostile takeover. Well, it's not a hostile takeover. He didn't take over the government. He just take over the streets to make sure it's safe.
No, that's what they're saying.
Really,
they're trying to pawn it off as he's like hostile takeovering the city.
Well, the mayor agreed to work with him, so I'm not sure how that's a hostile takeover.
Right. Yeah.
People, let's see what this is. Let's go look and see.
What?
This is Great Pyramid timeline shattered as new evidence reveals who really built the pyramids.
When did this come out?
Let's see.
You just you got Jay's brain working overtime here now, buddy.
Let's see. British author Graham Hancock. Oh, bullshit. Watch this. Beep. I don't believe nothing he produces. It's not a legitimate scientist. I'm sorry, people. There's nothing wrong with Graham, but that's not anything. That's not a scientific group.
And you just saw the relief come off of Jay's brain. He was like,
well, so this is the deal. We know that for sure that the Sphinx was built at least 12,500 years ago. You can see the watermarks and everything on it. Those watermarks are not on the pyramids. They're not there.
No, not on the cover stones, because those were put into place by Khufu. They weren't built by whoever built the pyramid. Whatever those cover stones are, they're covering some other building that Khufu found or his army found in the desert, and they covered it up because they wanted it to look like it was some grand thing that he did. He could not, since he was, supreme God.
Well, no, they said the several generations said you could see the pyramids, not just them, the Romans and some other people said as well. You could see the pyramids for miles and miles and miles
Romans
away.
Don't happen until like 44 BC. So
what I'm saying, but the limestone was still there. They said you could see it from coming from miles, literally hundreds of miles. It reflected that far. Matter of fact, some of them said if you got too close to it, standing there, the reflection would start to burn you.
Or you also get like snow blindness from it.
And then they also said there was a gold capstone on top.
Mm-hmm.
So
again, that's also an alleged thing as well. We don't really have any proof.
No, there's several writings about it. That's not alleged because you got a lot. See, anytime you have writings from different societies, it's probably real. If it was just from the Egyptians, I'd say, okay, maybe
it could very
not.
easily have been pyrite. We weren't up there. We don't know what.
No, that's true. It could have been. It could have been pyrite. Well, pyrite. Can you polish all the rock out of pyrite?
Oh yeah.
Are you sure? I never heard about that.
Pyrite's only like 5 or 6 on the Richter scale of hardness. As far
as that. But pyrite, you can't melt it all the color out of it. So the rock stays in it. So you couldn't. That wouldn't have been what that was. This was just a pure gold looking thing. Maybe it was something else, but it wasn't pyrite. It was probably
a gold-plated piece of steel or a gold-plated piece of other. It could have been gold.
We do know they understand electroplate back then, so that is possible. But more than likely, whoever had it probably just put a solid gold capstone on it. I mean, they had a lot of gold back then. It wasn't like they didn't have a lot of it. So
still though, what I say, and I have been a proponent of for a long time, and I still have yet to be proven wrong, is that they have always been, and the Egyptian pyramid texts only talk about the limestone. They don't talk about or quantify any of the granite stones that are inside the king's chamber, the queen's chamber, or any other chambers inside the pyramid. No mention of the quartz is mentioned at all. All that is mentioned is the gold capstone, if at all, and the limestone brick that they used as cover stones. They found something in the desert.
But
they didn't know
what's his name? Son. But we know, so we know the pyramids, how the pyramids came to be. Nobody's going to give me anything making me think they're more than 5,000 years old. Unfortunately for them, there actually is writings on how they were built. And not just that, there's a progression. There's the kind of effed up looking pyramid. There's the bent pyramid, and then there's a first small pyramid. And they're built 3 in a row.
Those are things you have to make afterwards, yes.
probably.
He's
Hello, we're
freezing up
back. Okay,
again.
but at
You're
least
freezing
1,000.
up.
Yeah, I know.
Right
At
there,
least
dude.
I've seen that. Yeah, but at least 1,000 years before the big pyramids
But yeah,
were built,
I
and
mean, I
those
agree with you.
pyramids were probably built 5,000 or
The
6,000 years.
limestone that's in place now was not in place during the stone during the 12,500 years ago. During that, what do they call that? The high. Oh God. The Younger Dryas is what that is 16,500
Yeah.
to
So
12,000 Younger Dryas. So
so
they weren't
your
those
boy son
coverstones
said,
weren't around then. They were put in place over something that Khufu found in the desert. He didn't know what it was since he was supreme god of the desert and the Egyptians. He had to make it look
"Nah,
like
see, he couldn't have found it. They had to know what it was. There's no way you didn't
no.
know
He's
what a
not.
pyramid was that
I
big
don't think so.
because
I think they
they
found
already
something
knew
they didn't
about the
know what it
small ones.
was, and
So
they covered it up with
there
a
there is at least a dozen pyramids were built before the grand pyramids were built. There ain't even no argument about that. Even science don't argue about that. They
The
knew
Egyptians
there was
were,
a progression.
yes, of course. The Egyptians were building obelisks and other kinds of stuff with pointed tips all over the place. But what's
No.
underneath
These
the
were
pyramids?
pyramids.
Yeah, I know they
These
were
were
building
pyramids.
pyramids and obelisks, which was also just a very tall pyramid. Uh,
But these were just pyramids.
what I
They
think
weren't.
is
They
what's
just weren't
underneath
that big.
I think what's underneath those cover stones is a different building altogether. Something that he found, didn't want the people to realize he wasn't supreme god. Covered it with their own building technology, and that is why whatever is under there no longer works. If it's a power plant and we take those cover stones away, will it work? Will the whole planet
See,
automatically?
I've never thought it was that big of a deal to build the pyramids. To me, it was just a natural progression. I mean, they're not the only ones that did it. The fucking Mayans did it too, and other pieces around the world have done it. I don't
People in
think
Indonesia did, and each one gets more and more
I don't
ornate.
think it was that big of a deal. When you had the brother, I mean, when you had the son and then the brother building pyramids, it wasn't that all they did was make it bigger. They already had smaller versions of it. They just made it bigger. And we know that we also know because they found around the pyramids, they found bread cups and stuff like that where they were being fed with meat. We also know elephants were there because they found elephant dung. So there was nothing grand about this. This was not a big secret on how this was built. If it would have been something else, I would have said yes, but these were just cut stones. These weren't anything major. And what elephants will pull a stone that size, no problem at all, especially two of them.
Built, they had the technology to very easily and precisely cut and dress limestone. They could not do that with granite, but they could definitely do that with limestone.
Well, they could cut granite easily because they were doing it.
The Egyptians could not.
I mean,
No, they didn't have the technology for it.
Well, then how did they do it 500 years earlier and 1,000 years earlier?
They did it. They didn't. The granite blocks, the granite structure.
No, look, the sun already proved that it was done. When you talk about the bent pyramid, because the what I can't think of his name, Khufu or Khufu, whatever his name is.
Didn't know how to build pyramids. What I'm saying is, what's underneath the pyramid cover stones, the white limestone.
Those pyramids were built by Egyptians. Is what I'm saying.
Granite stones, the Egyptians of the Fourth Dynasty did not have the ability to cut and dress them.
They were building pyramids before that. Why wouldn't they have it then?
Because they're using those other materials are softer materials.
No, they're not. Those are granite. Go look. You look it up for yourself. The bent pyramid is granite. The regular pyramid is granite. They talk about it. Granite's not that hard to cut.
Granite is.
It's not what you think it is to cut.
It is. Ask any.
Water will cut granite like it's fucking paper. Water will cut granite like it's paper.
The Egyptians didn't have CNC machines.
You're talking about the same Egyptians that were showing they had electricity. You're going to say they couldn't do water. I don't believe that, Jay. I don't believe it. I do by the little pieces that are cut like that.
We don't have pictures of them using a pressure washer to cut stone.
We don't know that.
There are no pictures of it, but there's a picture of a light. Okay.
We also didn't know that they didn't have electricity because how do they do the lighting inside the pyramid without having scorch marks? We don't have all the evidence we have of that is the little bulb-looking things we have. And if that's true, let me finish. So if that's true, the Egyptians today actually repeated it. So they went
here we go.
About 50 years ago.
This is directly from Wikipedia, so you can dispute it if you went. Bent Pyramid Ka Sneferu, or Sneferu Shines is what it stands for. Constructed 2600 BC or thereabouts, the Fourth Dynasty, again, of Egypt. Bent pyramid type. Material, limestone. The
That you
Egyptians
can't,
could not cut,
Jay,
still could
you
not
can't
cut.
stack limestone like that. It would crush it. Those pyramids are still intact today. You're not
Dude, I'm
going to, you
telling you, I've
forget, dude,
studied
I'm
this
a
stuff for
contractor by
college.
trade.
They
You
could
can't
easily
stack
dress
limestone.
limestone. They can't do it to
You
granite. They don't have
cannot
that.
stack limestone straight up. It would crush what's underneath it. That's not how limestone works. You can't do that. You have to have a material hard enough to hold the weight
You can
above.
dispute it if you want. That's what Wikipedia says. The material is limestone. I've studied those
Well,
pyramids.
and
in
you believe
college, dude.
Wikipedia
They're
on
made out of
anything.
limestone. Anybody can cut
Dude,
that.
I'm gonna
Granite
tell you
stuff
this.
needs-
We've actually used limestone. You cannot stack limestone like that. You just can't. It will crush
I'm
what's
not saying
underneath
that
it.
they didn't do this so spectacular, but they
The
were able
only
to
way they could have built those pyramids was with a hard stone. That's it. There's no other way to do it. The only thing limestone was used for with the Egyptians
I'm
was
not
covering.
disputing that fact.
Even the
Joe.
Egyptians say that the only thing they used it for was covering.
Well, Joe, I'm not disputing the fact.
Snafu actually said they used to bring the stones from almost what he said, almost 400 miles away. The only thing 400 miles away was granite.
You can't, but you can't change physics or nature. Going back that far, they didn't have the strongest. They didn't have a material strong enough to cut.
So stop.
granite, and they still
So
didn't
how
build
would
it.
all these other pyramids that were made out of granite? How were they being brought? First off, how were they being brought there?
That's what I'm saying.
How were they being
didn't
cut in the
do it.
quarries
They
and being
couldn't
brought?
have
They
done
did do it.
It's impossible, Joe.
He
It's
brings it.
impossible.
Jay,
they were
they got it
Bronze Age.
step by step.
Bronze
Even Egyptologists don't argue this. They brought it step by step by step. They
No,
were,
they didn't.
were being
They
cut.
just say that.
Then how did they do all the obelisk? The only thing they could have used there was water.
Most Egyptian shit they're full of it. They didn't have the power. You have to look at the actual physics of it. The stone granite is hardness 8 on the
Let
Mohs
me explain
scale.
something to you.
Listen,
Coming
no,
up
no,
with
you
a
have-
water
these are
chisel is not a
facts,
big
Joe.
thing. It doesn't
It's
take
actual
that big
fact.
of a brain.
This is scientific fact. Hardness of
Yeah.
8 is granite. The Bronze Age people of the 4th dynasty, which we're talking about, bronze is hardness 5. Bronze will not cut granite. It is impossible. They didn't have any materials strong. They were not in control of anything strong.
Actually, that's not true. So if you take bronze
Prove it.
and
Prove
tip,
it to me.
I can prove it. I did this for a living.
50 years.
So you can take bronze and
do
coat the tips, and you can cut through any stone with it. Any
They
stone.
didn't
It wouldn't
have
matter
that.
what
That's
it
a
was.
modern guy. That's a modern guy thinking through.
That's not a modern thing. We learned that from the Romans.
He didn't have access to diamonds.
We learned that from the Mesopotamian, which were before the Egyptians.
If they couldn't
So
break.
now you're
granite,
trying to
they
say the
couldn't break
Egyptians didn't
diamonds.
have something the Mesopotamians had. No, Jay, that's not how it worked.
They couldn't break.
And
diamonds. They couldn't break granite.
And
There's no way.
Snafu walks you through. You can go get the book yourself. You can go to Egypt and read it yourself. They walk you through how the
I've
pyramids
seen
were
those
built,
stories about the robes with granite.
and they don't talk about any kind of limestone because limestone was too soft of a stone.
Those are modern tools that were made.
And actually,
The
I'll tell you, if
Egyptians
you
didn't
want
have to
to
go
know
to
how they were cut, I'm gonna tell you how they were cut. They didn't use water. All they used was diamond dust and rope. That's all they used.
Impossible.
Diamond dust. What are you talking about? Impossible. Diamond dust can cut anything. There's nothing. They can cut
They
through
didn't have the
steel,
ability
Jay.
to break diamonds. How are they making diamond dust? They don't have anything hard enough to
Are
break.
you really thinking that when they're cutting diamonds out of the things, they're not getting dust, right? We don't go crushing dust today. The
were not
Egyptians.
cutting diamonds. They're not mining.
What are you
diamonds.
talking about? There are diamonds everywhere.
What?
What are you talking? So what you don't understand? You don't understand mining of diamonds? How much dust you get from diamonds when you mine it? How much comes out of the mines itself?
Get a lot.
And I'm not talking about. Look, the granites were this big, so they were cutting them with stones like this. This is just everyday stones you get. This isn't anything else. They were using it.
It's physically impossible.
Okay.
And worse than that, recently they have found ropes that looks like it had diamonds on it. So I think you're gonna lose this one, but it's
I think those are modern
the first 3 pyramids were made with granite, and the guy who made them told you how he made them. I don't know why you're arguing about something they've already proven.
He doesn't
how it
mention
works.
anything about granite. The pyramid text do not mention.
Oh my
one
God, he
word.
most certainly does mention about granite. It's the only stone they could have used. They couldn't have used anything else. Anything else would have crushed under the weight. You know, that's why in Mesoamerica they didn't use stone. They filled the things because anything else would crush it. So in Egypt, the only thing they had that wouldn't crush was granite. Any other stone they would have used would have crushed under the weight. You're talking 10,000, 15,000 tons per corner. There's no stone over there that's going to hold that but granite. That's just how it is. There's no argument to that. Nobody
Well,
argues about that.
correct-
Nobody in Egyptology argue about that. No scientists argue about that. No one's argued about that. Their argument has always been two things. How did they transfer it there, and how did they cut such a fine line? That's the only argument that's ever been. It's not that they were made out of granite. Nobody argues the fact that they were made out of granite. The argument's always been is how did they cut the granite? And
They
I just
didn't.
gave you the way they cut it.
That's
Oh
my
yeah,
argument.
diamond will cut
They
granite.
could've-
Diamond will cut through granite like it's butter, just like it's butter.
You're putting technology that we invented, thousands of years.
We didn't
after
invent.
that.
No. We didn't
There's
invent
no
cutting
way.
stone with
They
granite
did
with
not have the
diamond.
ability to make diamond dust. They could barely use brass, which is a very, very brass.
So I'm gonna help you out because obviously you have never been mining diamonds. I can tell you now. So when you mine diamonds, you're gonna get tons of dust.
yes,
Because
with
simple
something
weight of
harder
the
than
crush.
brass.
Yes, but you're getting dust. It's coming
They
with
don't
it.
have
And
brass.
no,
are they-
Jay,
how
you're
they-
not listening. You're not listening. They don't even need. Jay, you could use a damn shovel to get diamonds out of the dirt. It's in the dirt.
If
You
the
don't
shovel-
have to
no, you
have it.
can't.
Oh my God, you can get it out with your hands, Jay. I've actually gone to Arkansas and done it. You can get it out with your hands. You
They're
can
still-
dig
they're
diamonds
not-
out with your hands. And when
they're
you
not
pull
making
one
dust
diamond
with
out,
any of
when
their
you pull out a
tools, dude.
diamond about this big, you're going to get tons of dust underneath the
The
diamond. It's just
Egyptians
how
are
it
not-
works.
even if they're digging it out of the ground, they're not making any smaller dust. They're getting stuff that's been crushed over many millions of
Yes,
years.
and they don't need small and dust. All they need is pieces about this big
Where are they finding it?
in the mines. And there's a lot of diamond mines in that area. So I don't know, man.
I don't know.
All
I mean,
throughout
if they did it-
Africa.
I don't
Yeah.
think
Maybe
they're, I
this
don't
will
think they're
help you
capable of
guys
doing it.
out.
Go ahead, baby.
Okay, my turn. Okay,
We love
just
your
looked it
sexy
up.
beards.
I
Go
know
ahead.
that.
I need a
Granite,
coat.
being a very hard stone, requires specialized tools and techniques for cutting. Diamond blades, either attached to circular saws or angle grinders, are
Yes,
the most
or
common
through
tools
rope.
used for cutting granite. Wet saws, which use a stream of water to cool the blade and minimize dust, are preferred for a cleaner and safer.
And that's how we do it. But pulling it on a string will cut it.
Joe,
Just to
come
put
on,
this
you
in
don't use
perspective,
string
I can go out there right now and
to
cut a
put
tree
10-foot
down.
tall brick. You know how big those chunks of granite? They're 10. You have a
Do
10
you know how? Do you know how if
Oh,
you've got
Joe.
8 guys on each side pulling, you know how
Dude.
fast they're going to cut through stone?
There's
They're
no-
going to cut through it like that.
What's the hardness on jade? And I'll tell you why. Because there's a show on TV where
7.5.
they actually 7.5. Okay, there is some kind of device. It looks like a string, but it cuts right through that jade
Yes, it does.
rock.
And they were showing this. They were showing that the Egyptians had this technology. Several different scientists said the Egyptians had this technology. If you go to the damn museum, they'll show you at the museum. This is how they were cutting their stone.
Joe, think about it. You have a 10-foot tall, 60-ton brick of granite that's being cut with a string with some sand in it. Bullshit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's easy to do.
Egyptians just
It's
physically-
easy to do. You see, that's the difference between being a contractor and not being a contractor. I could go out there right now with 8 guys on each side and just let them pull down as long as it was diamond and the cord was strong. It would cut all the way through it in about 15 minutes.
Bullshit.
all it would take.
No,
It's all it would
like to
take.
see that. I'd like to see that with a string.
Matter of fact, one of the things we
No, we're
use
talking
is wait. Let me finish. One of the things we use because we don't like using diamond blades because they bend up and go out. There's a cord that wraps around and wraps back around. You don't even have to heat it up with water. It wraps out, wraps around, wraps around. It will cut through a granite stone in about 8 seconds. Actually, if you're using it with a power on the end of it, it will clean, pretty, and all. And it's worse than that. It's worse than it. You can any size stone you want to cut, and it's worse than that. There are marks on the stone that suggest there was diamond dust on the stones. They were just talking about that just recently on the thing. That's what made me think about the theory, and that's what a lot of the Egyptologists are thinking now, that they were trading in diamonds with somebody, and they were using the smaller diamonds to cut. You got to remember, all it has to do is cut through at a smooth pace. You can't go getting at a fast pace because back then it would have caused, you'd have had to have marks to make sure you were
I
on
have to
target.
disagree because you're thinking we're talking a 60-ton block that's 10 foot by 10 foot by 10 foot, 10-foot square block. And
What do you think? What do you think they
string.
cut their blocks? Yeah, Today we use a different type of string, but it's
No,
the
you need a
difference is you
16 or
can do it.
17 diameter foot, a 16 or 17 foot diameter circular saw with diamond or carbide. Type
No, you don't.
Yes, you
Actually,
would.
if you're going to use it, no, Jay, you see, again, you're wrong. If you're going to use a stone cutter, all you do is draw the line, and you take the cutter. Damn thing can be this big around because it only depends on how deep you're going, and you just run down. Whoop, and then you come back. Whoop, and each time you do, you turn the thing, the blade goes out further. And you go, whoop. I've cut stones, Jay. I put big stones on big people's homes. It's not what you think it is. It's not that complicated.
Bronze Age race with a 10-foot tall.
I don't think they was as primitive as you think they were. I mean, come on, they had lights, they had electricity and thing, and you're saying they didn't have stone. I don't think you're right on this. I think if they had the power to use electricity, then they were easily cutting.
They had a 12-volt battery that powered a flashlight bulb and an electroplating device. Whoop-de-doo. Big deal.
No, that's not what they had. According to them, they had bulbs that were this long, this big round, and with a cord running down to some energy supply. And if they had an energy supply, it would have been easy for them to cut these stones. It wouldn't have been that big of a deal.
I'm telling you, books. They're now a granite age people, not a bronze age people. They're using bronze. They don't have any devices that can hurt or make a mark on granite.
Yes, diamonds can cut. They had tons of diamonds, and they could get tons and tons more diamonds.
You're not going to take a string and cut a 12-foot.
Oh yes, you will. Actually, if you wrap it together and you do it, you're going to be using them a lot. You're going to be using them a lot, but hey, you're going to be cutting them.
Unblock and do it. Then I don't think you can do it. I think it's bullshit.
I've done it before.
A 10-foot tall square, 60-ton brick of granite. You cut one.
I've actually cut them bigger than that, to be honest with you. And I got some friends of mine that live in Spain who cut bigger blocks than that. They actually cut plates. They cut sheets, 150 feet in, 5 feet tall, 80 feet wide. And they cut them like it's fucking butter. It's like fucking butter. And what's funny about it is, so when they have to do the corners and all, guess what they use? A string with diamonds. It's diamond dust, actually. But they got a string with diamonds, and one person does it. They'll go through that thick in about 6 minutes. And Emerald's pretty. That's what I'm saying. He already cut the stone in 100 feet. That's way bigger than 10 feet. It's not what you think it is. It's not as they do it every day. How do you think they get granite slabs? Granite's used on every tabletop in the United States.
CNC pressured water machines in most cases.
No, actually they don't. They actually have a particular type machine they use for it. You can use water. You actually can use several different things to cut granite. It's hard, but it's not impossible to cut.
And
by any face, man.
Modernized power machines that these people did not have. There's no way they're cutting.
You don't know that though.
A piece of string and some.
If they had electricity, you don't know if they had power machines or not.
Well, there's no proof of them. All the tools. That's one of the things that's really
proof of the lights either, but they're there.
We have pictures of that.
And it's worse than that. We have all the place where they were eating and sleeping and drinking. We even have found pieces of paper about what they were doing and how they were building the pyramids. So you can't say they weren't doing it because they were doing it. I mean, there's plenty of evidence to show that the Egyptians built the pyramids. That's not a big thing anymore. Nobody's arguing the fact. Nobody argues the fact that the pyramids were built by Egyptians.
I like that, Amelia.
There's no one arguing about that. You're arguing about it, but the rest of the world isn't. They know that the Egyptians built the pyramids.
Because everyone doesn't see the evidence clearly. That they built the limestone covering stones. They didn't do anything. I'm going to look into it. I'm pretty sure the pyramid text mentioned nothing about granite, only the limestone. So whatever the limestone is, it covered something else made of granite that they didn't build.
It wouldn't matter, Jay. So this is basic math, okay? You're not going to put 100 tons or 500 tons on top of a limestone. It will crush it. It's simple mathematics.
Underneath these pyramids is
no, they've already pyramids built. That's what I'm saying. There's already pyramids built. Khufu built a bunch of pyramids. Not just three, he built a bunch of them. So he built these. No, they didn't collapse. They're still there today. There's the one that's built like this. It's kind of weird looking on the top. There's the one that's bent over, and then the other ones are all perfect pyramids. All of them are perfect pyramids, and they're built out of granite. There's nothing else to build them. There's not even another kind of rock they could have used there. So how did Khufu cut them rocks?
He didn't.
I mean, he did. He built the pyramids. He did. He walks you. Him and his father walk you step by step by step. There's a whole manuscript on it. A whole manuscript on it. It's one of the prides of Egypt because they found a manuscript, and it was the perfect time he built those pyramids. And the people buried in the pyramids were the people who were supposed to be there. So that's the thing. Those pyramids were built by the Egyptians. The other pyramids are just simply bigger pyramids, and you can't use limestone to stack on. It doesn't work. You can't even stack limestone in squares on top of each other. Half the time things will break in half. When they're shipped, they have to be strapped down just so the damn things don't crack. Because I've used limestone too. I hate fucking limestone.
Well, that's why the
too
bent
tender.
pyramid didn't work, because it was.
And I always, but no, that was the bent pyramid. The one next to it is the perfect pyramid.
Only limestone. That's what Wikipedia said.
No, it's not. It's not all limestone. It would be, if it was all limestone, it would be crushed to dust and on the ground today. There's no way you're going to do. There's no limestone blocks and
I'll show you.
And worse than that, and if there's any water involved whatsoever, limestone will melt.
Yes,
it will melt. So we know there was water there, so it would have melted.
So this is the Wikipedia. Where did I go? There it is.
Don't quote anything off of Wikipedia.
Well,
if you're going to quote, if you're going to quote, go to Egypt, go to the Cairo Museum and quote from the Cairo Museum, because that's not what they say.
It says right here, limestone. It doesn't mention anything else for this one here.
Yeah, on the sides of it, it was limestone. They made coverings on the sides. They weren't built out of limestone, though. They had limestone coverings just like everybody else. Matter of fact, that's where they got the idea to cover the big pyramids in limestone off the little ones. But in science, and this you go check it for yourself, you're not stacking 100 tons of limestone on top of each other. They will turn to dust. And this has been a long time. We're talking 6,000 years. It would just be a big pile of dust now. Just a pretty white pile of dust. And since none of those stones are white, you can take it to the bank. They're not limestone. Limestone's very distinctive looking. There's no argument about how it looks or what it is. It's very distinctive. And those are not limestone. Sorry about that, my friend.
Well, the pyramid texts say that they were written at the end of the 5th dynasty through the 6th dynasty, so they weren't even written during the 4th dynasty. So how can they mention what they used to build?
Actually, you need to go look up Khufu's son and look it up for yourself. He's the one that wrote it, and he wrote it at the time they were being built. He's the builder of the pyramid. Go look in the Egyptology thing. It's very clear. It's not an argument. You forget, I used to host with John DeSalvo, who was an Egyptologist. And he spent many days in the Cairo Museum. He'll tell you the same thing. There was nothing built with limestone because you can't build it with limestone. And the son, never remember the father's name, but the son gave.
Khufu is the father, Khafre is the son.
Yeah, well, he gives very clear instructions on how the pyramids were built from start to finish. He even talks about why the middle one effed up. He even talks about that, what caused that to happen. You know what caused it to happen? They used dirt. And the dirt itself shifted and came down. Yeah, they tried to do it on the first one. They tried to use dirt on the top of the mound. And it just didn't look right. So they figured they couldn't do that. So they had to do the whole, from the bottom to the top, had to be the same stone or it wouldn't work. And limestone does not go that way. I told you that's why the Mesoamericans built them the way they did, because if they tried to use limestone, it would have crushed. Actually, something about the Mesoamerican pyramids I found most interesting is they used almost, how we use chicken wire today when we use stucco and stuff like that. That's what they did. A
framework, yeah.
Yeah, they did that. They made a wiring thing, and they would just keep filling it with small rocks. And then they would fill it in with whatever. I don't know what they were using for concrete back then, or whatever it was, but they were filling it. Yeah, well, whatever it was, they used something as I guess they used something as a stucco, or so. I don't know how they did it, to be honest with you. But it was very interesting to see how they built them compared to the Egyptians. It was a whole different design. It was very strange. But you know what? It was very cool because when I got to thinking about when they build things around pools and stuff, they do it like that. They'll put up some chicken wire, and then they'll fill it, and then they'll come back over and they'll pour concrete on the top, and then they'll trowel the sides with concrete, and then they'll try to trowel the sides with, I guess it was a stucco. I never did one of those, so I just watched them being done. It was very cool, but it made me think about the Mayans. Every time I seen one, it made me think about the Aztecs and the Mayans. And because have you seen some of the size of them fucking pyramids? They're huge.
They're huge.
They're huge. And to know that they're built out of that, I got to be honest.
Great pyramids.
I kind of wonder how those don't cross each other. I guess the way they packed in the rocks.
They're all made out of andesite, which is a much stronger, harder stone than limestone. They're closer to the strength of granite. But
I know they use something. I know they use something as a I want to call it a stucco. It's a bad word for it, but they use something as a trowel over the top of everything. And what's weird about it is it doesn't chip much. Common stucco. Well, maybe you know what, the ground might not move a lot there either. That could be a possibility because here when you use stucco,
they're on an active fault zone. But,
yeah. Well, I know if you use any type of stucco, even concrete in the States, it tends to crack and chip and fall off, and you got to go back and redo it.
But the other thing
and now they don't use chicken wire. You know what they use now? They use fucking fiberglass.
Yeah.
So they put up a layer of foam, and then a layer of fiberglass netting, which is real tight, and then they stucco over the top of it. And instead of using wood for your framing of your house, they use not stucco, not foam, styrofoam. They use styrofoam to round out your windows and shit like that. First time I seen that, I was like, "What the
that
fuck?"
foam piping. I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's just foam. It's just like they cut little pieces of foam. They'll make like a side piece. And,
they do it in archways.
I'll see you, Heidi. Have a good night.
It's just weird to watch. I mean, I've always said, see, down here you can't use it because what happens is
it washes away.
So you got a piece of foam, say this wide and this long, and it's got an arch in it. And what happens is the stucco behind the foam cracks. So if you don't have a good seam going all the way down, the shit gets inside the house and starts rotting out the wood. So in Louisiana, it's banned. They don't allow them to do it like that. They have to use a I don't know what the fuck they call it. It's kind of like a chicken wire though, and it has to be about yay thick so that it doesn't fall off the house and shit. It's a pain in the ass to use. To doing repairs with it is a nightmare. Is what it is.
Oh yeah.
You know what I wish we had?
Like that, yeah.
I wish we had some of that Roman concrete. Is what I wish we had. I wish we had some of that, man. Whatever that shit was.
Formula. But
you know what they just recently
is that with the pyramids, a lot of people overlook the fact that they also did not have control of the lodestone. They didn't have a compass. How do you perfectly align those buildings to face northeast and south and west?
You're asking the guys who mapped the planet to 2% precession. I'm sure that was easy for them.
That wasn't them. That was the Mayans.
That was the Egyptians did it too. Egyptians were some of the best astronomers on the planet. There were several groups that were, they might have been. The Chinese might have been better too. Mesoamericans might have been better.
At the time that we're talking about, the 4th century to 2,425,000 BCE, that group of people did not have that advanced.
But you don't know that. You're making an assumption. And you know what they say when you make an assumption? No, you don't.
History says so.
Were you there? No, history doesn't say that at all. History says they don't know, is what history says. History says they don't have any idea at all. So that's not history. Doesn't say.
When the compass was discovered in Egypt 1,500 years later. They don't have the wheel when these pyramids are built. Again, discovered 1,500 years later.
You don't need the wheel.
They don't have the fulcrum or the crane to move the rocks around.
Okay, again, you don't need any of that. Okay, you don't need any of that. So if you're intelligent, when you lay down, so when you measure out let me finish. When you lay out the bottom of your pyramid, when you measure it, you're going to do it in stones, and they knew how to measure things, so they would measure it out and they'd set their base in place. And then what you do, as long as you got some decent trees, you can cut them out into decent logs, stack them straight up in the middle. That's what you're talking about. There's trees all over the place. The Egyptians, people always think all of Egypt. Not all of Egypt is a desert. Some of Egypt does have forests. But anyway. No, in Egypt itself, what is in Memphis or wherever, they actually had trees. So what you do is, it really doesn't matter. They could have got them anyway. They could have sent out somebody on horses. You know what? They didn't have elephants either, but we know for a fact there was elephants there. So that means they were traveling and trading all over the place.
They were bringing trees from down south. There were no trees in that area for what?
Yeah, but they didn't have to be. What do you mean? We don't. What do you think my lumber comes from? I mean, I'm not going out in my backyard cutting. It's coming from Canada.
Yeah,
It's
no,
that's
exactly
just
right.
trade. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. Once you set out your base stones, and you take your board and you put it up, you're going to sink it down in the ground, probably 15 or 20 feet. You're just going to sink it in. You're going to put it straight up. And once you do that, all you have to have is strings. You just pull out the strings, pull out the strings, pull out the strings. We've used it ourselves. We've actually used it ourselves. It's not that complicated.
Yeah,
and you know what? Someone from the ancient world taught us that. You know, that's not something we've learned now. That's something we've learned from the ancient world. And the reason we've had to use it is there's been a couple of times that it's hard to explain, but in Louisiana, it's kind of swampy. And using a pendulum, a lot of times, the pendulum wants to tilt from the weight, not from anything else. So even though the pole is straight, the fucking thing wants to think. So what we started doing is we had set our guide stones out. We'd set our pole in. We'd make sure it was level, which is a little hard to do. And then we would pull the strings in each direction. And we would tie them off. And then we'd build and we'd build and we'd build and we'd build and we'd take the strings out. We actually use it to do this thing around a pool. Worked, came out beautiful. It's not that complicated. There's a lot of things. You're making things to be more complicated than they are. And
you're making it a little too easy for them too. I mean, come on, they're
Bronze Age. These are people who have been doing. These people have been building pyramids for 2,000 years. This isn't something new to them. Pyramids have been around for a long time, and there were pyramids quite a long time before the Great Pyramids. Nobody argues about that whatsoever. So there was lots of pyramids before the Great Pyramids. So the thing of it is they understood how to do pyramids. Granted, I think the big pyramids was one hell of a job to take on, but getting the stone there is not that big of a deal. They could float it down, and then they could just take it on the elephants and drag it over. None of that. And then they had ramps. They even have pictures of ramps going up with elephants pulling them.
Actually, pyramids aren't as old as you think. Tombs of the early Egyptians were mastabas and were started around 2780. The pyramids of Giza are 2450, 2550, somewhere around. So only about 300 to 400 years difference when they started building, not thousands of years, 300 or 400.
It doesn't matter. 300-400 years of building pyramids, you're going to be pretty good.
Though. That is a long time.
Yeah, that's a long time. So I have no idea. By the time they got to building the Great Pyramids, they knew what they were doing. I don't think there's any argument about that.
Granite. I'm sorry. This is the physics of it. Just you're
gonna have to and granite, granite. As long as there's several things they had in the ancient world that could have cut granite. And just so you know, and even if you want to go with the water, so wait, even if you want to go with water, which is not that hard to get pressure out of water, all you need is height and some weight, and you can get a pretty good amount of pressure out. So that's not even advanced technology. That's crazy old technology.
Let's disagree on this one thing.
Let's not forget the Mesoamerican. I'm sorry, the Sumerians and the Mesopotamians also cut stone at least 2,000 years before Egypt did. So they would have been before the Bronze.
Limestone and softer rocks.
You can't build castles out of limestone. Nobody on the planet builds a castle out of limestone.
That's why most of those cities are gone, because they don't have any foundation to them.
I don't know. A lot of Sumerian cities are still around, and a lot of Mesopotamian cities are still around, and they're not made out of limestone.
Very, very.
Besides that, in those areas, you would have had to travel thousands of miles to get your hands on limestone. So they weren't building them out of limestone. They were building them out what they had at hand, which I have no idea what kind of stone it was, but it wasn't limestone.
It wasn't granite. I'll guarantee you it was not granite.
Now, you don't know. Have you been there? Have you looked? I mean, they've got stuff that have been there for, they got things that have been there a long time. Besides that, anybody who understands possession should not have pyramid is the most basic way to build. It's just stacking. Your fucking kid can do it. It's just basically stacking blocks. It's not, people want to make it into this big deal, but it's not. It's why they did it that way. It's not why they didn't build grand things out of it, because the easiest way to carry a weight like what we're talking about with granite has to be the pyramid. I mean, you could make it into other stuff if you wanted to, but the safest way to do it was to build a pyramid. That's why all around the planet, what they used was a pyramid.
And we have to agree that they had advanced technology like we do.
I don't think they had advanced technology.
The stuff that we're moving. We can't.
I think they had lost technology that we've lost today. I don't think it was all that advanced for them. I think they had the technology, and we've lost. And let's not forget a group of people using just Stone Age tools built a pyramid just recently in Egypt. So how'd they do it? And using granite, how'd they cut it? You need to check into that. Because it was a challenge. That was a challenge. How could you build this pyramid out of granite? How can you get the stones here? How can you get the stones raised? How can you get the stones in place? Because I don't think cutting it was their hardest problem. I think getting them freaking stones in place was the harder problem. Because they can't just, it's not like it's a perfect stack. They've got to be offset. So how were they offsetting them stones and keeping them stones from flipping over as they were going up? There had to be some kind of infrastructure inside the pyramid. And from what we can see, there wasn't.
Just the granite stones that they were covering, yes.
And so there was some kind of infrastructure in there, something, and it was just weird the way they did it. So the amount of stones using in freaking pyramids is outrageous to start off with.
A lot of stones.
But they know where the quarry is. See, that's the other problem. They know where the quarry is, and you can see not only that, you can see uncut or half-cut stones there. So we know they were cutting them.
The granite quarry is 70 miles away, and the limestone quarry is 140 miles away. It's a very long way away. So they had to use the river to transport the stones, which we know that the rivers went right in front of them way back then. So that was definitely
way back
how they got
then.
the limestone there. how they got how they got them all the way up there, we don't know. What I can say is that all the tools that they used to cut those stones are gone. We haven't found them.
That's true.
Not there.
That's true. All we know for sure is
even though you're building a pyramid, you still
all we know for sure is that the Egyptians were there. We know the Egyptians were there because of what was found around the pyramid, and on top of that, in the quarries and the granite quarries, they've found stones that are half cut, 3/4 cut. So they know the Egyptians were cutting them.
Yeah.
The argument is, how were they cutting them?
There's stones. There's huge granite stones. I mean, even bigger, longer stones at Baalbek that are cut and cracked and broken in the quarries.
So that's the thing. Oh, that's the other thing. This is kind of makes me wonder a little bit, because there's stones that were like 3/4 cut and then they cracked. If the stone cracked, they couldn't use it.
Yeah, there's that one.
So they would move over. So what were they using?
It's almost
I know what they were doing now. So I don't know what they were using to get the initial lines in, but if you can get something in there and start wedging it in, if the stones were cracked, that means they were using some type of wedge device.
Yeah.
Don't ask me what the hell it was, but I'm kind of wondering.
They
have found several big granite stones cracked.
Soaked in water.
Maybe so. I don't know what they.
Wooden stakes. So no, I just looked it up.
Yeah. That makes sense. Once you get in there and you soak them, they will swell and break them. So it's just a matter of getting the right amount of stakes around the long thing. But that would leave a rough finish. So that means they would have to have. They could sand it. That's true.
They'd have to have something to polish and bring it down to a.
Well, I mean, they're in a desert full of sand.
Polish it.
And that's another thing. You talk about diamonds and all, but the desert's full of glass and silicone. So you could use that to cut the stone too. All of that could be used. They used it to polish it, so we know it could cut.
But you have to go by the hardness scale. Glass is hardness 5. Granite is hardness 8. You have the opposite effect. What would happen is the glass will turn into sand, and you'll leave like a.
Well, that's not true, because that's what they were using to polish the stones with. We know that's actually been talked about. Well, no, it can't. If it's hard, it wasn't going to polish it. It would just the granite would just polish the thing.
Glass is really just going to have the effect of being like a piece of chalk on a chalkboard versus granite. Glass on granite is like chalk on a chalkboard.
That's what I'm saying. So they had to be polishing it with something that's harder than granite.
It could have been glass. It could have been silica. It could have been sand.
No, it had to be harder than granite. So they had something that was harder than granite.
What's a lot of people use sand to polish stones. So
okay. Let me clarify this. They do, because we've used it to do, because we use like a So we'll use a 40 grit, and then to get it a rough, and then we'll go higher and higher and higher until we get it smooth. The problem with that is if it's rigid, and it's up like this or like this, you can't polish it like that because it's going to tear whatever you're using.
Right. And well,
So you have to have. So you would have had to have something to cut that off, and then polish it.
Right.
That's the only way you could have done it. Nobody could have done it any other different way. That's just basic physics. And for some reason, there's something we're missing. And it's not alien technology, because it's pretty much everything looks like the Egyptians did it. It just, just by the quarry alone, it proves the Egyptians did
on
it.
that subject. I don't think they did. I don't think they could do it. But to clarify for the audience, those who might not know about sandpaper and grit sizes, 40 is a very rough. It'll rip your skin.
Very rough.
Very rough. And then,
but you're not going to sand a wave thing.
Right. Yeah. If you go smaller, larger numbers, smaller, finer, thin. So like 120, 200 grit is very, very fine. It won't hurt your hand any, but it makes very nice smooth. It
makes it smooth. So it's what you use to polish a stone with.
Or wood.
If the stone has peaks like this, which is what it would have had if they were breaking it out.
Rough cutting it.
So there's no way you were going to use any kind of sand to polish that down. You'd have had to cut it first and then polish it. There
was a gentleman who recently did a study, or maybe it was a long time ago. I don't know when the study was done, but he did a study on cutting a limestone block in the sizes of the blocks that they used at the pyramids of Giza, and he calculated that it was possible to do within 27 years. But you would need a workforce of around 30 or 40,000.
Well, yeah, they were paying their workforce. That's what they.
That evidence is there at least for the limestone part of the aspect of the construction. That many people are.
So So your problem for you is there is no limestone found anywhere in the dirt around it. No, there's chunks of granite, but there's no limestone found anywhere. So whatever crew did the limestone was not the crew that they found there. The crew they found there was huge. They said it was a massive city. They found evidence to show it was a massive city. You wouldn't need a massive city.
Burial for all the workers that died.
So they were showing what this was. So this would have been what built the pyramids. You wouldn't need all those people to do limestone. You could have did it with probably 500 or 600 people. You wouldn't have needed that many people. So this is who built the pyramid. Those are the people who built it. How they cut it is going to be a mystery, but they were the guys who built it. There's no doubt about who built them.
If there were any tools used to cut and dress those stones, particularly the granite, those tools.
Oh, and you know what? You know what? Something you're not taking into consideration. There were several meteorite strikes in the area.
Oh yeah.
So meteorite, the stuff that comes off meteorite is about 8 times as you could use it to cut granite easily.
True, that's
easily. So, but let's stop there for a minute, because you would have had to know how to melt it. And I guess maybe if you made a big enough fire and left it there for a long enough period, maybe you could have melted that out of there.
Metals yet? They were melting brass, which melts at a much lower.
But they so they may have found some and used it. Who knows? But somehow or another they cut that stone, because the quarry alone proves they cut that stone. So
I'm willing to concede that they cut the limestone blocks, but they didn't do anything to the granite. The granite was already there.
Why? The granite's already cut. I mean, it's pieces of granite cut all over the place.
The granite was already built. They found it and they covered it with limestone.
No, Jay. The quarries were cut. They found cut parts of the quarries.
Well,
so that's where they were getting their stone.
We know that. Yes, it wasn't the Egyptians.
It was the Egyptians.
Hey guys, I got to go to bed. I got to work tomorrow.
Oh, it is. It's getting to go past our bedtime. What's that, Jenny?
Yeah, it is late.
You know what, Jenny? Bite both our asses. How's that? Not your Jenny.
Continue this tomorrow. We chat.
Bite. No, we'll be on a different topic tomorrow. But you don't like us arguing? Bite both our asses. How's that? I know we missed out on some news stories, but bite both our asses. How you like that? We don't really care if you care. How's that?
Yeah, and we're not hating.
Oh wait. Did you go build the fucking pyramid? We're just trying to figure out how we got built.
It's an extremely frustrating subject. It really is.
It is, because it looks like because of the quarries and stuff that the Egyptians somehow were doing it. But the question is how? That's really the biggest question. Wasn't no aliens doing it, because there was no mention of the aliens in any of the writings. So that's
not in the pyramid text. No.
You know, so or any of the
You
hieroglyphs.
gotta get your buddy on and do this discussion like here.
Oh,
and
we
or-
might. You and I might give John a heart attack. It's
Really?
he's like 79. Well, I'll
Oh.
ask him now. Well, you know what's it? No, John DeSalvo. He's Sir John DeSalvo. He's got several books on this. He's actually an expert on the Shroud of Turin and on the Egyptian pyramids. Well, the problem with the pyramids is there's several writings in the Cairo Museum, which for some reason don't show up in the United States, but it does show up in the. I don't speak Egyptian. The only reason I even knew about him is I had a friend there that worked as assistant curator, and he was telling me about him. He was also the one who told me about their reproduction. They built a little pyramid. It was, I think, 20 by 20 by 20 or something, and it was made out of granite. And I forgot how they said they were cutting it. Oh, I remember how now. So they built a water pick. So they set this thing up. It was, I think, 50 feet in the air, and then they would fill it with this thing with water, and then they would drop these things on top, and it would push as the more water came out, the more it would push, the more pressure it would create. Now I'm telling you what, I worked with cutting stone with water before. It ain't just a little bit of pressure you need to cut that fucking stone. But somehow or another, they did it. So they're saying they figured out how it was done. And everything they used was from the period. Everything they used. Matter of fact, they were the same group that showed people how to lift and set a monolith. Yes. They actually showed them.
Technique.
Yeah, they actually showed them how they did that. Now, these guys are cool, and that's all they do is work on this stuff. Well, they argue. You can argue with it, but did they figure it out? Okay, just because these guys figured it out doesn't mean those guys figured it out. I'm not saying they didn't. Good.
Can I explain to the audience how they did the obelisk?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is cool. We studied this in college at Savannah College of Art and Design. So everyone thinks they carved the obelisk standing, and then they moved it and dropped it in place. No. They moved the rock to where they wanted the obelisk to be and set it on its side, and like it's laying on the ground. This is the rock by hand, and then they would carve it into the pyramid or the obelisk, rather, and then they dig so it's like this on the ground. This is the obelisk, and they just dig out underneath of it until it falls into the hole.
Yeah,
and then they wedge it up until it's even and fill the hole.
Yeah, that's how they did it too. It was ingenious.
Gravity does.
Speaking of that, I'm glad you brought that up. So there's an obelisk they found that they were going to set, but it cracked.
Yeah, that's one of the ones at Baalbek. It's one of the biggest pyramids ever.
Yeah, but they said it cracked. It cracked by whatever they were using to cut it with. But a crack would have suggested something else. And
the weak part of the stone.
But what Sean said is true. I mean, you can use wood once you get it started and just put it in, and it'll wedge it and wet it. It'll break it. It doesn't matter what's in it.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. So if you figured out a way to, even with that, eventually you could make a little hole in it and then you could put it in there. But man, that's a lot of work.
So the way the wood wedge worked is from what I understand is you have to somehow dig a trench, and then they put a wood wedge in the rock, and then they wet it. And the wood expands.
You got to be at least this deep into the wood, this deep.
But
and
then you wet the wood, and
now, if there was natural fissures and all, that's fine. Maybe they did it like that. But if you start thinking about sand and stuff, I mean, Lord have mercy. I mean, you probably had 2,000 people out there just sand and stone.
Hundreds of thousands of man hours probably to polish those stones, and they probably only polished the sides that were facing out.
Yeah, they probably did.
Ones on the side. Just get them,
And you know what? Somebody mentioned that just recently too, about some stone inside one of the pyramids is very rough. So however they cut it was a rough cut. So when you get into rough cut, that changes things. That means you didn't have to have something fine cut.
Together with no mortar. Neither the granite nor the limestone on the pyramids has any
mortar.
Mortar.
I wonder. So if we know the insides are rough cut, that means there was sand in the outsides. So they weren't actually cut. So they weren't actually cut to that fine of a cut. They were cut to a rougher cut.
Cut to fairly close. Yeah, more than rough. It's more than a rough cut, but it's not a finely tuned or polished cut.
Yeah, they polished them down. So rough cut changes things. Rough cut. Yeah. There's a couple of things that could have allowed you to do a rough cut.
He hit it on the cleavage
I don't know,
point and it
people.
cracked, yes.
It's. I would have to go with either water, diamonds, or somebody found some meteor somewhere and melted that.
Not with limestone. With limestone, you could get a fairly solid copper spike and a mallet, a wooden mallet, and you could, if you're a geologist, and they probably had some geologists there, they could tell the workers where the fault lines or the what do you call it, the cleavage lines. It's basically a fault line for a rock, where it'll cut. If you hit it just right, it'll snap off completely straight, but fairly rough. Maybe a little bit of polishing, but if you leave that rough edge, again, creates friction, and that's how they lock together. But all you need to do is take that copper spike.
I would like to go. We need to figure out how to go to the quartz mine. We may figure this out, because some of the things we've talked about, they haven't talked about, and I'm thinking. So I remembered something, and I don't know if they've ever tried it with copper, but if you took a hard piece of wood, wrapped it in copper, and started using it, I mean, eventually it's just going to beat the shit out of the copper, but eventually you'll get a notch. I don't know. People have to go look and see.
Well, and you can reuse the copper, and you can make more wood spikes. The copper you can So with the copper spikes they did have, and the other copper tools when they were working the limestone, when they became dull, which was frequently, they just went over and sharpened them. And when they got too small, you just take that.
I'm wondering.
New tool.
What's that, Denise? Oh, you mean getting them there? Well, they're pretty sure they were using elephants to pull them onto the barge, and then the barge would bring them down, and then they would pull them off. River. And then they had, and one of the best things I ever heard, they said they had sanded, so they built the ramps, but they put sand on the ramps, I guess, to make them smoother. I would have thought they would have used rolling logs, but I guess rolling up a hill like that is dangerous with
again,
with
the log theory doesn't work. You're in a desert, and it's thousands of miles to the nearest tree, even to Cairo. It's thousands of miles.
Yeah, that don't matter. You just load them up on a boat and send them over.
But still,
or load them up on a wagon and send them over. That's no different than anything today.
It's like you said, you use what's there. They didn't have trees there, so they used other stuff. So the sand is like the stuff you throw on those game boards where you slide things.
I'm sure they use that.
Yeah, that's what it was for.
But pulling them off a stone like that, you'd need some type of log or something, and you'd have to have logs to build the boats. So yeah, they had access to wood. No, they had access to wood because that's what their ships were made out of. So all the pharaoh did is say, "Hey, look, I need X amount of logs. Go get them and bring them down here." And that's probably how they did it. They probably just loaded them up in wagons and drug them down. So people forget the Egyptian empire was pretty big at the time, and there was roads all through the empire. It's not like they were rolling over sand or anything. There was actually roads built. So it's a little bit different than what people think.
They had cruder roads than the Romans, but yes, cobblestone.
Yes, they well, enough they could haul wood around and stuff. Well, we already know it. Like I said, they were building ships. So the Egyptians built some pretty cool ships. And they built some decent sized ones, plenty enough, big enough to carry a couple of stones. Not. And I mean a couple. I mean probably two. I don't think they could carry more than that.
Several. I would think hundreds of boats doing.
Yeah. They would have had bunches of boats. So they would probably bring the wood down for that.
2 or 3 stones a trip, at least.
Shit, yeah. They may have cleared a whole forest to build this fucking thing, and how much ever it was left over for the next one.
Maybe that's why there's no trees. Maybe they just
so Jeremy, if you look, there's a natural progression to the pyramids in Egypt. There's this one, then this one, then this one, then there's a little bit bigger one. And then there's a little bit bigger one. And when you get to the 3 great pyramids, even there's one bigger, a bigger, and then bigger. So it's like they were practicing on every
one that was built
pyramid.
First is Khufu's, and then Khafre is the second biggest, and the Mother's is the third smallest. But there's not just those 3. There's 28 pyramids on that complex.
Yeah, and then there's probably more than that around Egypt. And then they found pyramids recently.
I think is the total number.
Recently they have found some buried. So that's interesting. Well, that's interesting that some of these pyramids were buried. Well, there's a whole section of Egypt where a bunch of the rulers were buried.
118 total pyramids.
That's not bad. Yeah, that's a pretty good progression of building there. It's like anything. You build one to learn how to build the next one. You build the next one to learn how to build the next one. It's any construction anywhere in the world does that. People do that all the time. What do you think? We got to build an 80-story building just out of one day? No, fuck no, we didn't. We had to learn. We're gonna build a 5-story, build a 15-story, build a 25-story, and eventually we started having these skyscrapers, which, by the way, still amaze me that they stand up like that. You know, I was watching the one in Japan doing this in the earthquake. I'm thinking, son of a bitch. I mean, it was swaying, water pulling out the pool and shit. And then they had that one, where is it? I think it was in LA, where the guy got thrown out the pool. I think, oh no, where's that? I don't know. One of the earthquakes, you're watching it, right? And the guy's in the pool when it's happening, and the water just lifted up and tossed his ass out of the pool over the side of the building. What a fucking way to go. I mean,
All right,
really.
I'm looking at a map of the Giza complex. Total pyramids. I'm just going to count them off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 total pyramids. I thought it was more than that, but there
That's still
are
pretty
several
good.
smaller ones around each pyramid. So there you go.
Yeah, and there was a lot of other stuff with that complex. I mean, I don't. There's probably a lot of stuff missing these days.
Well,
But
the entire complex comprises these. Let me go back to those sites that it mentioned. So the entire pyramid of Irkals, we have the Great Pyramid of Giza, the Pyramid of Khafre, the Pyramid of Menkaure, the Great Sphinx of Giza, Giza West Field, Giza East Field. I have no idea what those are. The cemetery, which we talked about, where all the workers are buried, GIS, whatever that is.
yeah.
The central field, and then Giza itself, the entire complex.
Yeah, and then there's a big area where they've been digging out people for I don't know, for a long time. They've been finding
Why don't I get
emperors in there.
I'll put the complex up. Hang on.
You know what I'm thinking about? So now we know that the Sphinx is 10,000, 12,000 years old because they're watermarks. So we know that's technically before the Egyptian race. So maybe those people had technology that they left for their ancestors. What do you mean, Jimmy? You know what? I don't know what the Sphinx is made out of. We'd have to look it up.
Okay, here we go. It's just the complex of Giza. We'll get you a picture of this so people can see a overview. So there is the Giza complex. See the 3 big pyramids, and there's 3 here. There's a small one here, and then there's 3 over here next to Khufu. This is the Great Pyramid of Giza, Khufu or Cheops. This is his son, Khafre or Khephren. And this is the mother, Menkaure. And if you look at the 3 stars of Orion's belt, you have Al-Nitak, Al-Nilam, and Mintaka. Very strange how those names are so aligned. Very strange.
You got to kind of wonder about that. It's kind of strange.
But look at all this stuff. I mean, here's Office of Pyramid Studies. I guess that's modern buildings. It's the Western Cemetery. I don't know who Heman is. There's a ticket office. You can get in. This is the Queen's Tombs. Mastabas. These are smaller pyramids. So there are more than these are not your typical pyramids, but this is what they used to be buried in. Let's see. That's the funerary area of Khafre, the Great Sphinx, Temple of the Sphinx.
The Sphinx.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. This would be a really cool place to hang out for you. You'd have to go here more than once to look at everything, I would think.
Oh yeah, you would. There's
no way this is
it's
not a one-day trip.
You could spend a good month out there.
Yeah.
Okay, why won't it tell me? Here we go. I was looking for the material of the Sphinx, and I think I just found it. Well, maybe I found it. It's let's see what it's made out of. Yes, people, we know it's in Giza. We already know that. They're saying it was beyond the Egyptians' technology because it was built before Egypt. People, we know that.
Limestone.
We know that.
Approximately 66 feet tall, 240 feet long. It is one of the largest and oldest monolithic statues in the world, and it is limestone.
It's not exactly
what's
limestone.
Underneath of it, what's inside of it, nobody knows because Dr. Zahi Hawass, who is an ass himself, will not let anybody inside of it. Although he has been in it several times.
So no, the Sphinx is actually made out of sand, and it's in it's like containerized. What materials is the Sphinx made out of? Sand.
Well, what do you think limestone is?
No. Limestone is actually a hard block of sand. This is different.
Yes. What? Yeah. Well, what does it become?
So you know what? You know what? This is like the Mesoamerican things. Wow, that's a little weird.
The Smithsonian Magazine is saying that they're made out of. So the Sphinx was not assembled piece by piece, but carved from a single mass of limestone exposed when workers dug a horseshoe-shaped quarry in the Giza Plateau.
Yeah, because that's what the Egyptians want to tell you, but that's not what it is. The guys who discovered that it was rain. So, put this in perspective. It goes back 12,000 years. So, as much rain as they had back then, as much water as they had, if it was limestone, it would be a big piece of shit laying on the ground. There would be nothing left of it. That's how you know it's not actual limestone. This was made, it looks like it may have been some type of mix. Let me see if I can find exactly what it is, because this is just saying it was built from the ground up. See, they want to say it was cut because they unburied it.
Well, yeah. So they're saying that it was carved from a single piece of limestone, which I've always thought is bullshit.
Well, it is, because there's no other big pieces of limestone around there.
You can see blocks it, and they say that's a repair. But the other thing is that when Dr. Anthony West, Robert Bovall, and Robert Schock did their study on it in the 80s, they had a guy do some LiDAR, radar, the thing they drag along the ground.
Yeah.
They did that, and they found a chamber underneath, I think, the left paw of the Sphinx. And then they found also, I don't know what they used for this, but they did something on the top of the Sphinx's head, and they discovered that there is a hatch and a chamber inside the head.
Yeah, that's what the Germans were looking for. So yeah, this guy says the Egyptians say it was cut from one piece of limestone. He said the problem is the date they're given is 26 to 25 BC, which is it's much older than that. And they also go along to saying if this was pure limestone, it would have melted a long time ago, either through wind erosion or through water erosion.
Well, Robert Schock is a highly proficient geologist, and he proposes that it was in its horseshoe enclosure was once filled with water, and as the water settled, it carved the stone, then it went down, then it carved a ridge, then it carved a ridge and carved a ridge. So all those ridges along the side of it were carved from standing water that was sitting there for years, not just like
they're saying it looks more like that somebody. They said it looks more like somebody built something and then was stacking wet sand and mud in it and created it that way.
Limestone takes a lot longer to deteriorate in erosion than you think, but I don't think
I can take a hose and melt a block of
it might be
without any
modern crap that we have, but this thing was not built from a single piece of it, because there's at least 2 or 3 chambers inside of it.
Yeah, and these guys who are dating it much earlier said no, it was not carved from one piece; it was made out of several pieces. And he does say if you started taking it apart, he said, I would bet you would find wood inside the stone itself. This guy said it was alchemy. That's why he said that's why it hasn't melted yet. Well, these 3 scientists said if this thing was truly 14,000 years old, it would be just a block of mud now. He said limestone, and even without water in the wind, it wouldn't last that long. It's an impossibility because the wind and the sand would have cut through limestone like it was nothing.
100% a fascinating sculpture, whatever the fuck it is. I mean, and
the bitch part is we don't know what the original face was. It supposedly have been Leo.
No, the newest. I mean, if you look at the paws are those of a dog. So it's either a jackal or a hyena, but the body is more jackal.
No, but you see, that's not a good argument because it lines up with Leo at 12,500 years ago when it was built.
Maybe so, but
so they're saying it was a true lion, and I think they would know what a damn lion's paws look like, but Well, you know, there's
I mean,
no
it
lions
could
in.
be an artistic rendition. Maybe they weren't that great of.
Well, I'm thinking there wasn't that many lions in.
But think about it though. They don't have a lion-headed god in the mythos of the Egyptians. They have a Anubis, a jackal or dog-headed
they
god.
do. Yeah, I know.
So that actually makes more sense.
But it doesn't if it lines up with Leo.
No,
So
but
this is the problem with Egypt.
That could be a happy accident. You know, maybe they didn't intend it.
No, they intended it to it because it's perfect. You go backwards, it's perfect. It lines up with Leo. And then these guys are saying it's a lion body with a human head. No, people.
So
it was probably with a lion head.
As far as I know, I could be wrong. All of the other surviving sphinxes, and there are lots of sphinxes in Egypt, very, very smaller ones. There's one roadway, an ancient Egyptian roadway that was made that's lined with female, or what they call gynosphinxes, female lions. Yes. But I don't think there's ever been a sphinx statue with a male lion's head.
That might have been the first one.
It may have been.
They're saying all of this. They're calling it a lion.
It's just it's too
much, and it's been redesigned. It's too much. You don't know if there was a mane there or not. I mean, it's too much.
Again, it could have been a dog, could have been a hyena, it could have been.
But I would bet because I would bet because it lines up with Leo. It was a. Of course, you know what did they call Leo? What constellation did they call that?
But Boval and Schock went into this with the assumption again that they were looking at a lion, and this is before people thought it might be not a lion but be a dog.
Well, we're saying lion because we call that star system Leo, but you know what? They might not have. They might have called it something else.
They might have called it something else, but I think it was Leo even at that time. What I think maybe we ought to do is see if we can roll those computer devices back and see if it looks at the dog star at any point. And if it looks at the dog star the same way it looks at the Leo, then maybe it's just a happy accident that it looks at both the dog and the lion.
Now, because of the main pyramids line up with Orion, I would bet you money this was designed to line up with Leo, but I'm just wondering if they called Leo is what I'm wondering.
I don't believe Leo is in the vicinity of Orion. I do believe Canis Major is the dog star.
Well, no, I'm not talking about that. It's not. See, you're missing the point here. It's not just these. There are several others like Angkor Wat lines up. What is it? The Seven Sisters or no. The islands line up with the Seven Sisters.
Draco.
Yeah, with Draco. So, but the problem here is there's about 7 or 8 of these things that line up perfectly with the constellations at 12,500 years ago. So I don't think any of these are an accident. Now, the only one I know that was built at the time was the Sphinx. All the rest were built later, pointing backwards, which means all these civilizations had a good idea what precession was, so they could look backwards and find where it needed to be. That's serious astronomy. I mean, that's even serious for today. So I'm kind of wondering.
Whatever we're talking about with the pyramids, wherever they are, and other of these strange buildings, greater, stronger technological forces were at work. There's no question about that whatsoever.
This gentleman said they had drilled inside the Sphinx and had hit wood in 3 or 4 places. So he's saying that
was a study that was done on the head of it.
Yeah, he said what's going on is this was in the body inside. He said, which I didn't know. I didn't know it was hollow.
I believe
that makes me wonder. Makes me even wonder more, because if you've got a hollow inside and just sand on the outside from lines, so that shit ain't gonna hold up at all.
I think there's at least 3 cavities. There's one in the head, one in the body, and one under the foot.
So what he's saying is, though, he thinks what was done was, like when you do when you're building a dam or something and you put spikes in to hold the shit in place. He thinks that's what's going on here, because this is a Cairo contractor. He said there's no way it's just pure. It wouldn't hold up, which I agree with him. It wouldn't hold up. So there's something else going on here. And of course, this idiot right here said it was built between 2603 and 2578. Dude, you're on crack. It was built way before that. See, that's the problem. As I go through this, as I'm going through here, the material it's made out of, up here,
here's a good argument. let's just go with the argument that the Sphinx was a lion originally before it was recarved.
Yeah, we can go with it, I guess.
Now it looks at the Leo, the lion constellation, somewhere in the year 10,500 BCE, which means you don't build it to look at that constellation 1,000 years into the future. You build it sometime before that constellation rises directly in front of it, so that when you're done construction, after progression, damn, there you go. You have the damn lion looking at the constellation. So it was probably built sometime before that alignment.
Oh, I agree. It had to be. It had to be before that. That's for sure.
You don't do it after the fact. And if you do it after the fact, guess what? It's a fucking happy accident. It wasn't intentional in that case.
So all these ones that were built after. So this bothers me because this tells me somebody was leaving a message in our brains to build back to point to a time when something happened that we don't know about.
Greater
something happened.
Forces were at work here. Period.
12,500 years ago, but it may not be technological forces. It may just be mental forces.
It has to
it's
be
just a message.
But some of these civilizations weren't capable of the technologies they had to have had to align these buildings and do some of these work. They have to have had either, like you said, lost technology, lost tools. Which again, I say, if there were those such things, they're no longer on the planet. We would have found them by now. We've been digging.
There's nothing at Angkor Wat. I mean, there's nothing. There's nothing at Angkor Wat that's beyond their technological building. The only thing I can see that
excavating around Angkor Wat.
Yeah, well,
around the pyramids, and they
the
still
only
haven't
thing,
found any of the tools that built them.
Well, Angkor Wat was pretty. You know what? Angkor Wat kind of looks like it's extruded sand concrete. It really does.
It may be a form of poured or formed. One of the speculations of the Strongs from Australia is that the rock is somehow sort of melted or turned pliable, almost to a liquid form, and put into a form or a mold.
It does look extruded.
And then and melted or molded into place.
And not to say that somebody couldn't have figured out. I mean, it's not to figure out. I mean, because
situation. It's in the middle of a very thick, humid rainforest.
Yeah.
So if those stones are like any kind of limestone, if they're 5 or 6 hardness, very soft stones, they would have deteriorated to the point where they were just nubs.
Yeah. This looks like some type. So, there are certain things people don't realize, but if you build a fire big enough, you can get temperatures of 2,000 and 3,000 degrees. So you can melt a lot of stuff. You can melt a lot of rock too.
And you have to keep feeding that fire.
Oh yeah, you got to keep. I mean, for something as big as Angkor Wat, you'd have to feed it for quite a long time. So what these guys are saying is, if these are limestone and there's something mixed with the limestone, they're wondering what it is. Same thing with Angkor Wat. Well, no, I don't think Angkor Wat's even had access to limestone.
I'm not even sure let's find out what it's made out of. Hang on.
Man. Because if it was, then that means it was mixed with something. Because they say it's really hard. Well, that ain't limestone. Limestone you could take a fucking shovel to and break off. Yeah, there's 2 contractors now I'm reading about the Sphinx.
Sandstone. even about the same hardness as limestone. So sandstone again.
Sandstone. And how does that stay? And how does that stay in a rainforest with constant? It's not just the amount of rain and water coming through.
Humidity.
It's the amount of wind. Yeah, I mean, there's something mixed. So that's what they're saying here. So they're saying that there's no other hunks of limestone found anywhere around the Sphinx. So they know it's not pure limestone. They're saying that there's something mixed in it because the guy said when he hit it with a shovel, it didn't even chip it. Well, if you hit limestone with a shovel, it's going to chip.
It's possible that over time, having it been buried under sand, it was buried up to its neck when Napoleon found it in 1400s or whatever. So
you know what? Maybe it compressed it.
Maybe it compressed it. Over time, we don't know how long it was buried. We don't know who buried it. We don't know
if they compressed it.
The flood did it, but it's possible that weight of.
But there's a lot of water damage on it,
and made it's very possible that they could have made it stronger. Yeah, absolutely. Heat and pressure from that sand could have done
Christopher. No, there's water damage because it could have been built before 12,500 BC. So the Nile Valley was rich and wet for a long time. It's so trying
before
to put
the exact, it was a fertile crescent.
Trying to
It
put
was
an
the
exact
progress.
time on this. And could you see trying to build something made out of limestone in rainstorms? I just don't know how that's going to work out. So there must be mixed with something. I'd like to know what it is.
Or they're coating it.
Well, you know what? It's like, you know what? Come to think about this, it's like the Roman concrete that we have no idea what it's made out of. So actually, they mixed the sand with something. It's probably what they did at Angkor Watts, unless they melted it. But
Again,
you know
or they
what?
could have
There is
coated it.
one other way. There is one other way to make sandstone strong enough to hold weight.
How's that?
Superheat it. Make
Yeah,
the
but-
glass inside melt. It
Yeah,
gets
that's
3
true.
times as strong.
Microwaves would do that.
Yeah, it gets 3 times as strong. Maybe they were just putting fire in the inside and burn it up. Maybe that's what those chambers were for, to superheat it. I didn't think about that. You know, limestone can get super hard if it's heated. If not, limestone is a malleable, sandy. It's easy. I mean, even a piece you buy, like a sanded stone for something you're going to use, if you hit it with a shovel, it'll instantly crack. It'll. I mean, if you hit it with the round part of the shovel, you like the knob of it, it'll pop right through it. But if you heat it, I had forgot about that actually, Jay. If you heat it, it makes it super strong. Because what happens is 2 things happen. People forget there's silicone in that sand.
Yes.
Oh man, see, I'd love to get over it. See, these people I'm watching this, they got a lot of good things they're talking about on here, but they're not thinking about any of the things we just thought about.
Right, and I was about to say, me and the Strongs got into an argument over the difference between vitrification and polished on stone, and they kept saying that this one stone that they were studying in I think it's Peru in South America somewhere, and I don't remember exactly what stone was, why it was so important, but they were saying it was vitrified and had been, melted or turned to glass. And I said, no, it's not. That's just a highly polished stone. There's no way it was vitrified, because the vitrification would leave. It's like a burn mark or a scar on a human being. You get burned, your skin changes color. You know that person was burned in that
It
area.
will change the color of a stone. I mean, you can melt stone, people. Don't
And
even the
polishing
ancients
stone
could.
won't change the color so much. It might make the color brighter and bring out, the natural beauty of the stone, but it won't change the color. And then they're like, "Oh, you're wrong. I'm like, "No, I'm not." So I took a picture of polished stone and a picture of stone that was burned, and I said, "Here's your difference right here. Here is vitrification. This is glass."
If you take a green stone.
You're right, but they beat me on the same argument about the planet.
Yeah,
getting
well,
bigger.
if you take a green stone and you polish it, it's going to look green. If you take a green stone and get it hot enough to melt, which is, I don't know, 2,000 degrees, I think.
Depending on the stone, about 1,200, 600 degrees.
Yeah, it's going to change. Now, don't get me wrong, people. You can meld it into all kinds of stuff. You can pour it in a mold. You can do all kinds of stuff with it. And but that green is now either going to be a really, really, really dark green, almost a black, or it's gonna change it into a entirely different color, usually like a lime green. So you can tell. I mean, there's also little subtle hints about it. So sometimes, if you look at the stone to the side that hasn't been polished, a burned stone or a heated stone sometimes will flake, whereas a regular stone will not do that.
They sometimes will explode too. You have to be careful.
You have to be careful with it.
Sometimes when a stone forms, it might form a pocket of either oxygen or air or water, or a mixture of both water and air. And what happens when you heat that stone, if there's like a little air bubble with water in it, that water bubbles or boils.
What is that, Randy?
Chamber explodes.
Well, no. I just read that the 2 contractors think that there was something mixed in the sand that made it a lot stronger. Well, the only reason they're saying that is there's no other limestone in the area. It's the only piece.
Yeah,
that's the only piece there is. There's no underground. That's it. That's the only piece. And
that's actually not true. I mean, if the U-shaped wall that surrounds it is a limestone wall, they did try to make a quarry out of it, but it wasn't enough. And if they did use that to quarry the limestone for those 3 pyramids and the other like 7 or 8 pyramids that are there, it would be decimated. There wouldn't be anything around it. The wall would be gone. So where they got the bulk of the limestone is from a quarry 140, I think it's 140 kilometers south, so further south down the river. And then the granite quarry is only 65 or 70 kilometers further south down the river.
Yeah.
So the granite is actually closer than the limestone, and the granite is the one thing that I don't think they can cut.
Then the Well, no, Kristen, the inside the Sphinx they have found no pieces of lead that were embedded into the sandstone.
Allegedly, some
I
people
mean,
have
not
been
lead. I'm
inside the
sorry,
head.
Brent.
Yes.
So, so we know that the face was changed a couple times, and they used spike sticks to change it. We know that. But when they found spike sticks inside the walls, it kind of confused them a little bit, which made them think that they needed to prop up whatever this was.
Well, they
Now, you know what? And we didn't think about this. We didn't even think about this. They could have made a mold because back then, see where it's at right now would have been underwater 12,000 years ago. So maybe they made
water in the area. Yeah.
So maybe they made a mold and let it fill, and then shot something into the sand, spikes or something to help it out.
Maybe
I don't know. People wasn't there.
Maybe they carved it while it was underwater, hoping when the water receded, it would show up and not have any damage on it.
Yeah, maybe it did.
But some of those wooden spikes that have been found are speculations that there are several repairs, and maybe those are to help.
Yeah, and there has been several repairs
falling apart. And there's other repairs. There's some modern repairs that look very nice and new on one side. Looks like modern wall.
What they really need to do is they need to find out if it's been heated. Okay, so that's another problem we have. So being that it points to Leo, Jay made a valid point. It had to be built before then. If it was going to line up with Leo at the time it was done, I don't know how long this thing would have took to build.
That's if we're assuming they did that on purpose. If it's an accident, they did actually build it afterwards, then it's bullshit.
I don't think something like that can be an accident.
Yeah, it's too precise. It's too close.
Yeah, if it was like off a little bit or a couple of days, but this thing lined up perfect with the day, so that's intentional.
And you're
but so who the fuck 12,000 years ago knew how to line up the stars?
Oh, here's a good question for Google. Let me see what the Egyptians thought of that constellation back then.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'd like to know before we get out of here, but I'd like to know. Jay and I argue all the time. Don't worry about that. You can't get to the truth without debate, people. It doesn't matter what it is. The only way you're going to actually find out what was going on was to debate it out until it gets what? What you did? Oh, I thought you hurt yourself.
The ancient Babylonians referred to the constellation as we know as Leo as the Great Dog. There was no reference to Leo or to a lion. The Egyptians referred to the constellation as the Great Sickle. The Egyptians did worship a lion-headed goddess named Sekhmet, which I didn't know about. Thank you. But also there was Anubis, who is a dog.
So as long as it constellation, so whatever they called the constellation is what it lined up to. And remember, if this was built by the Egyptians, which I'm still having issues with.
What if the Babylonians built it?
Might have been the Babylonians. Well, I mean, we're talking 12,000 years ago. Well, let's be honest. We're talking probably more like 14,000 years ago.
14 or Well,
yeah.
It lines up to 10,500 BC. So it was probably
this making more sense to me now. So now you've got a hunk of limestone sitting there with a glacier that was on it for a little while, which made it hard packed. That makes sense to me now.
That too.
I'm trying to figure out.
Being buried under sand.
Well, sandstone is so weak, and even when you make it thick and bad, it's just weak. It's not really. If you look around today, you'll never see anybody building anything with sandstone. It's just not. It just doesn't hold. There's other issues. Plus, there's other things that were going on around in that area at the time that could have destroyed something like that. So. If this was a block of sand that was deposited, say, by a glacier, there's no telling what's in that fucking sand, and it would have made it way stronger.
Well, okay, another good point. What about Coral Castle, another unique building that some dude made? What's it, Lee Scalman?
Yeah, that's little tiny shit. That's not the same.
But again, it's made out of coral and soft rock, like limestone sandstone.
Yeah, and Carl's soft. So it's but if you go, you'll notice.
Have gone over it, and it has been.
Yeah, but you'll notice that it's got more wear and more every year. It's got wear on it. It's see that's so you'd have to think that the Sphinx only had limited time above the sand or above the ice. because if it had 10,000 years of water, it wouldn't be there anymore. It would just be a plug of
If it
mud
sat in
there.
that water for 10,000 years, would be. There'd be some trace of it, but it would be a nub. You wouldn't know what it was.
Yeah, so there's something a little bit. That's the problem. We don't know exactly what it is. We know the ice age ended 15,000 years ago, or was ending 15,000 years ago.
Ended
Let
about
me
approximately
rephrase that.
16,500 years ago. So yeah.
So we don't know exactly what was going on in that part of the world.
Well, I should say
As it ended.
16,500 BCE, which would put it 18,500 years from now.
So if somebody was building something for the future, that might have been the time they were doing it. They might have been as the ice was receding, they may have actually started building something. But the other problem is there's nothing else. There's nothing else. There's no anything else that might have been made out of sand out of there is gone now. It's been melted. There's nothing else there but the Sphinx.
Napoleon shot a cannon at it, and the cannonball blew the damn thing's nose off.
Stupid ass. This fucking dumbass. Well, that's because it had somebody's face on it. Well, we don't even know if it had somebody's face on it. It might have been a dog's face or cat's. We don't know. And Leo, and actually, Napoleon never wrote it down, so we don't have no clue. I wonder if somewhere
the body of the Sphinx does look more dog-like than lion-like. It really does.
It's what do you mean, Chris? I'm not arguing with him about that. It kind of does. It looks more like dog paws to me. It could have been artist rendition. We're not going to argue about that.
Much longer forearms than cats or lions do. Lions and cats. Well, all the cats.
It doesn't have a tail, does it?
I believe it does.
Does it? I'll have to look. I don't think I've ever noticed.
Let me get some pictures here.
Yeah, pull up a picture because I don't actually remember all this shit I'm reading about it. You'd think there'd be a picture in here. Oh, I'm reading off of the Egyptian site because they don't know what it is either. These fuckers are just confused as we are.
That's just the front of it. Let's do Sphinx tail.
Oh no, people, we get ready to go. It's past our bedtime.
There it is. There it is.
Toss it up there. Let me see. The tail will give us a good idea what it is.
All right. That's StreamYard picture. No,
well, because dogs have a certain type of tail and cats have a different kind.
There it is. Share screen.
And lions especially got a puff on the end of their tail.
Yes, and this looks polished and clean and like it looks new. So where's the put me on to the?
Oh wait, that's a tail right there.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a dog. That's not a fucking cat. Cats don't even do that with their tails. Not rarely. Yeah, not like that though.
Look how thick it is too. Lions have skinny tails.
Oh wait, go back up. It looks like this shit was added. Oh wait, now how did they say?
That's
okay,
wait. Also. This is all
okay.
repair.
Okay, so now we get a better idea. These are bricks.
Yes, this is all repair right here. All of this is repair.
Oh, this is bricks all the way down to here. This is all bricks. This ain't repairs.
Brand new. Like I said,
yeah, this is. But this is all bricks. This isn't repairs, and this is how the fucking thing was made out of bricks. So sand and a little bit of clay put in the heat is actually very strong. That's what that is. That's not just pure limestone. I don't even know why they said that. You can look by looking at it and tell that's not what it is.
Yeah.
Why do what is it? People just okay. I'm just gonna leave that alone. No, people. Once I see the top bricks, you could kind of tell were repairs probably a while back.
But when you look, 100% it's brand new. I mean, it's shiny and.
But when you looked a little bit lower, you seen little lines. That was all bricks. So what's happening
the
is
stones have been there longer. They have a tarnish on them. Or
so what's happened is the sandstone, the finish, has started to fall off the brick. So now we know this thing was made out of brick. Now bricks are tough. I mean, bricks are basically clay and water.
Even in a coal or wood-fired kiln, a heat-fired brick lasts a lot longer. My house is
it does.
And 5 years old.
Oh yeah, it lasts way longer. Well, you see, people, this is what we're trying to find out. The guy said they said it's made out of limestone. Now we find out no, it ain't made out of limestone. It was covered in limestone, which is usually how things are done. They're made out of brick or some kind of block, and then they're covered in limestone, just like the pyramids were. That makes total sense to me. What bothers me is somebody knew how to make bricks 14,000 years ago. That's something we learned in the last, I don't know, a couple of thousand years. A lot of stuff like, I wonder if Angkor Wat was made out of bricks.
I believe it is. Let me go there. How about that?
Well, bricks make a big difference. Bricks will last for fucking ever. Unless it's an earthquake area. I mean, even water don't fuck with bricks that much. Because the water is baked out of the brick, it makes them super strong and it seals them. I live in a town where there's buildings 300 years old made out of brick, people. The whole fucking French Quarter's like that. Yeah, 300-year-old. And go to Europe, you're going to find them much older than that. It bothers me, though, that somebody 15,000 years ago was building out of bricks. That's a skilled technology. That's not
this thing just, hang on.
Take your time, man. We still got about 8 minutes before we got to get out of here.
The page it was on, and just all these ads popped up. So I have just the image now. Oh,
so yeah. I wonder.
Oh, wow. Okay. It looks, you want to talk stucco, dude? Get ready.
Oh, here we go. People, y'all are learning stuff that even these pros haven't learned. We're Jay and I right now are changing the way you look at shit.
Here's the front face of Angkor Wat, and this is in a fairly arid, wet area. Wooden steps, it looks like. So whatever was there is gone. Brickwork here along the front, but right here, smooth. Look at this, smooth. So that's like almost poured or molded. Look at how ornate all this is. This is, if not molded, is carved, but it looks it's like pieces. There's like a line here and a line.
I bet you it's stacked, bricked, and then carved out and then covered in something.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to get inside to be sure, but
there's a lot of stacks.
Considered one of the.
You can see over here, all to the left, on the bottom, there's some stacks.
Yeah, you see them over here. Yeah.
There's some more flagstones stacked over here, and you can see the lichens on them. This gray areas, those are living creatures called lichens. Some of them are green. That's thousands of years of decay.
That's bricks. That's bricks, people.
Sandstone.
So somebody was heating up brick and then covering them.
If you and I, Joe, went there with a couple of 20-pound sledges, I could take this pillar out, and you could take this pillar out, and each in about like 15, 20 swings each, probably. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, everywhere I look, I see brick. So yeah. I'm thinking this was brick that was covered later on. People, you can carve brick. Oh no, you can carve brick. Yeah, you can carve out
mortar.
Brick.
I don't see mortar.
I don't. But they used something different back then too for mortar.
Yeah, they might have used a pinning system like the Mayans did. But some of this looks like panels. Like look at this. This looks like a long panel or even a column on its side.
They may have stone, brick, and something covering it all.
It's a mishmash of all the rock in the area, and
that's what it is.
This is cut and dressed, and this is molded or poured.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Well, heating up rock, even for I would imagine. I would imagine the Angkor Wat people could.
This whole palisade is poured.
Yeah, I would imagine Angkor Wat could heat stone to pour it. So I don't think that's beyond there. What are they? 3,000 years? 4,000? 3,000?
Hey Google, how old is Angkor Wat?
900 years old.
900.
Oh, it's well. That's well within pouring melting brick or melting stuff from pouring. So obviously there looks like at least 4 different types of building going on here.
Look at these faces; they're molded. I mean, it's like they came right off of a freaking manufacturing line. They're all
somebody made a mold and then they poured it, and then how they got it up there, I don't know.
Yeah, you can't get that accurate. You can't get that close and that accurate. Identical.
You're not cutting that. No, that's not cut. That's poured. Oh no, who's that? Lena? No, you can. So different kind of rocks melt easier. But even the strongest rock in the world can be melted.
So, I think what is the melting point of copper? It's one of the softest stones we have.
Oh God, it's nothing.
It's 800 or 900 degrees, which is very.
I think it's actually probably less than that.
Well, in order for pouring and molding, I think it's 900 sustains, and in order for it to boil to become a liquid. And you also want it to get that hot so that any imperfections, like any other metals or materials that are in there, will float to the surface because they'll be lighter, and you can slough those off and then pour your pure metal into a mold. And the lost wax technique was developed by the Jomon people of ancient Japan, prehistoric Japan, over 14,000 years ago. So it's a well-known procedure across the planet. The Japanese brought it to everybody by trading across the Pacific Rim. So we can thank them for that. And so it's 100% possible that these people who had built this complex had lost wax, some sort of technique of melting or softening stone, or making a concrete mixture that, when hardened, appears as natural stone. Which again is a fantastic feat, if that's what that is.
Well, shit, the melting pot of granite's lower than I thought it was.
What?
It's 2,200 degrees. You can do that in the fire easy.
But that kind of temperature is not attainable with wood in any realistic way. That's something.
Oh no, it is. So let me explain.
It requires a great deal.
It takes 2,200 degrees to melt bones, and the Vikings did it all the time. It's just having the right wood and the right pile.
So they did it with a combination of using an entire boat, and then also what they used to keep their boats from sinking is they covered them in tar, which they filled the entire.
So if you're
but the Egyptians kept
let's
tar.
see, it's down there. What's 650 Celsius?
Hey Google, what's 650 Celsius in Fahrenheit?
650 degrees Celsius is 1,202 degrees Fahrenheit.
So if you wet the granite, you can melt it at that point.
Yeah.
So this is weird. So dry granite can be anywhere from 2,200 to 2,600. I don't know why there's a difference between wet and dry granite.
Depending on where the granite is formed, granite comes in now. So Mohs was a geologist scientist from Germany or Austria, and I forget when, 1800s, 1600s, I don't know. But he came up with a hardness scale. Of course, it's a 1 to 10 scale based on the 10 scale. What do they call it? What do they use in Europe? Centimeters, whatever you call it.
Yeah,
metric. Thank you. But he came up with this hardness scale that goes from 1 to 10, 1 being talc, which is basically like it's like natural chalk when you find it in nature, and that's the softest thing. You can break it with your fingers. You just boom, crush it, and it turns to powder.
Let me see. What temperature does rock
10 is diamond, and on that scale, brass comes in at 4, which the Egyptians were. Glass and your fingernails come in at 5. Steel comes in at 7. Granite comes in at 8, 8.5, and depending on where the granite formed or where the hard rock formed, it can be 8, it can be 8.2, it can be 8.5, 8.9, somewhere in that range.
So this one's like, if you're melting granite block, it will be between 1,100 and 1,200 degrees. That can easily be done with wood.
Yes, that can be done with wood.
But it says it is best that you use electric gas or a kiln because wood is unstable and can cause other issues.
Sustained constant heat. Wood tends to fluctuate.
So you would have to keep the fire that hot all the time. Well, that's fine.
Or keep it higher.
How do you know? You're back in the ancient worlds. I guess if you see it melting, you have an idea.
Well, yeah, they didn't really have thermometers.
I know.
How would they know how hot it was?
But what gets me is how many. What happens when you burn granite and liquid emerges?
Well, okay, so that's a good question. So maybe we could get one of those guys from Forged in Fire on the show. So a good blacksmith can train his eye when he's forging metal. When he's got the billet in the flame, they have trained their eye to see into the flame, and sometimes they have to pull the billet out, but they can see when there's a certain temperature of orange uniform on that billet, they know it's time to start hitting it with the hammer. So there's a certain temperature that over time and trial and error, this has been figured out over centuries. So that's really how it must have been done.
What bothers me about this is some places says 11 to 1,400. You can melt granite. Some places it says 22 to 2300. And ambient pressure. People make new freaking minds, man. That irritates me when they do stuff like that.
The reason why the temperature is spiking like that is, again, like I said, depending on where the rocks form and depending on what kind of material you're using to create the fire, some of the granite can be harder or softer than normal. So, but the natural range for granite is 8 to 8.5. Sometimes you can get up to 9. And then after 9, you have corundum.
And I bet you if you're using,
stone, and then it's diamond, and then after diamond, there's nothing that we know of yet.
Yeah, I guess if you're using like a gas furnace, you can probably melt it at about 1100 because of the constant push on it. But with
and more sustainable temperature at that. So for wood, if the wood fluctuates, you'd have to keep it let's say it melts at 1200. So you get that fluctuating heat from your fire. You have to make it at least 1300. How did they know when there was that temperature? They would, they don't have it. There's got to be some sort of visual clue that lets them know. I don't know what it was.
So, you know what bothers me about this? Certain wood's going to get hotter than other certain wood.
Yes, hardwoods would be better.
Yeah. So let's see. How hot can you get a wood?
Burn hotter and longer.
Let's see. How to do wood fires and get 5 essential heat factors. To get over 2000. Well, you can get it. It says you can get over 2000 degrees with wood. Okay. But what's it saying here? Depending on various factors, type of wood, primary. Yeah, see, it's the type of wood. So
type of wood.
I don't know what kind of wood. I mean, I've seen fires get 1800 degrees. Yeah. And but I've never tried.
A house fire is easily that temperature because oftentimes when you see the after effects when you've driven by in a neighborhood and there's a house that's burnt down, the fridge is melted, the oven is melted. I mean, the glass is
so
the metal around it's all melted.
So they're saying to make it easy on you, add oxygen to the fire.
Yes. But
okay, well that's fine. We understand that. But did somebody in the ancient world? Bellowing started what 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, maybe longer, 2,000, but 10,000 years ago. Maybe they just built it in a place where there was a lot of wind. That's a new one on me, guys. But I know we got to get out of here. It's 1 o'clock, and it's 2 for Jay. Jay should already be in bed.
It's 2. Oh yeah, wow. We went a whole hour over.
Well, I hope y'all enjoyed the discussion. Wait, who? Nah, Jay and I, we love each other. We just gave y'all more information here in the last hour than you're going to ever find in any Egyptologist, anybody else.
You all just went through Egyptology 101, 102, 103, and 104. Congratulations.
I mean, you learn how to make a fire over 2,000 degrees, how to melt granite. Well, no, we don't think the pyramids were poured. We don't think the blocks, even though that was a good idea, but we don't think the blocks were poured. No, we still think they were cut. It's just an argument on how they were cut. That's all we think.
Dr. Uwaman was probably poured or molded. Some of the
Jesse said a UFO flew over and just cut all the blocks, and they just came and got it. Anyway, look, you can't rule that out either. You can't rule it out.
We weren't there. We don't know.
We do know they use some type.
We're arguing. There was no anger involved.
No, we're friends.
What we said was what I believe. What he said was what he believes. And what the fact is that it's 100% nothing but.
And basically, we were just trying to give you we're just trying to give you ideas because neither one of us actually know. The only thing we kind of know is they use some type of electricity to illuminate themselves.
That I will agree on 100%.
Yes. Other than that,
light to see their way to carve these things at night and work.
Well, on a couple of hieroglyphs, couple of hieroglyphs, they've got these glass tubes that look like they're about this long, and they're narrow on this end and fat on this end, and it looks like there's an element inside, and then there's a cord going somewhere. Where the cord goes or what it's hooked to.
Look up Dendera, and you'll see them.
I couldn't tell you. Well, we know that because there's no scorch marks inside the temples.
No scorch marks, no ashes.
Now, the other problem is how did they get oxygen deep inside the temple? So we don't know. But today you can walk around in it and you don't die. So apparently it wasn't that big of a deal.
Well, according to Georgios Tsoukalos, the hair of the famous, Ancient Alien series, and I've never seen him smoke. I guess he smokes cigars at times. But he says that when he walked in 25, 27 feet, he could no longer see. The light was that gone. That he tried to light his lighter and it would not ignite because there isn't enough oxygen.
Maybe so, but you can't have a bunch of guys in
That's
there
what he
working
said.
if they're in. Yeah,
I haven't
but
been
that's
there.
the other problem. You can't have a bunch of guys in there working if there's no oxygen. They'd all be passing out.
More
So,
people in there, the less oxygen that will last.
so
Yeah.
somehow or another, you know what? Though they may have had somebody out there with a bellow pumping oxygen there. We don't know.
Possibly.
You know, all we know is the Egyptians were very unique in their building
So,
skills.
like in the beginning of the movie Fifth Element, instead of Aziz light, the guy would have been saying Aziz air.
Yeah, that would have been more probably true. No, I hope y'all enjoyed it. And if hey, look, if you get any news on it, you figure out something or an idea yet we didn't cross, let us know. I mean, but guys, we crossed like 7 different ways to cut stone tonight. So
We don't do this because we're making money off of it, because I'm not,
Yeah.
and neither is
Yes,
Joe. We do
yeah.
this because we're extremely interested in what the actual freaking story is.
yeah, so you can no, if you get a better idea than we have, well, we didn't actually tell you what was cut in stone. We just gave you a bunch of ideas. If you come up with something cool, let us know. Write to us and see. Even Sean got it, and you heard what he was saying. They were driving stakes in and breaking it, and they might have been.
I know exactly. I mean,
The only
like I
only
said,
problem
that's
with Sean's theory is
always to Sunday, and
Yeah.
I can't put my hand around or my fingers or my brain around the Egyptians cutting the granite. I just don't.
so
think they
I
had-
could go with Sean's theory that they were breaking the granite out in sections. Okay, that's fine.
Possibly, but they still, again, they didn't have their tools weren't hard enough really to do what the thing he was talking about.
But when you beat on something enough, you can actually get in there because like just to put this in perspective,
They'd have to have a
I
constant
broke
run of
a
guys
steel
making spikes.
I broke a steel piece on the back of my motorcycle.
They tried this at the quarry in Giza, or the one that's near Giza, with copper spikes, and I think they had 7 spikes, and they went through all 7 of them and barely made a mark on it. They said that they were making marks, but it would take forever, and you'd have to have a constant. Somebody would be.
Yeah, but when you got
constantly
100,000
making
people,
spikes.
okay, it's not that big of a deal. But
Yeah.
that's not the problem. I can go with them breaking it in big chunks, but they still had to haul it off, and then they had to sand it, and not just sand it this way smooth. They had to make it fit the size wise. That means if they couldn't cut it, they had to sand that much. That's a lot of sanding, people.
They had to make a fairly less than rough cut, but less than polished cut on 3 or 4 sides, or on 6 sides, and on
But I'll tell y'all what rules out the spikes for me. So at the quarry, there's several places where there's a cut really deep. It's just a cut going straight down. It's a smooth, even cut going straight down, probably 30 or 40 feet. Rocks that I guess they didn't need anymore. They didn't break loose. So that's a pretty smooth cut. Really and truly, there's only a few things can do that. Diamonds, water, sand. That's another thing people didn't take in consideration. Sand can actually cut stuff.
I would love to go there. I mean, I'm not an expert, but I have
only with
courses
serious
on
pressure.
geology, and I love geology. I would love to.
Yeah.
I could tell you if it was.
I didn't realize that either. When I first got in construction, we were sandblasting a bridge. My company was, and one of the guys kept going back and forth. The fucking thing cut a gap in the steel that deep, which is quite a bit harder than granite. And I was like, dude, stop that. You're going to cause a problem.
Steel is not harder than granite.
Yeah, forged steel is much harder than granite. It's like the second hardest thing on the planet. This is heated steel. It's going to be way harder than granite.
Hey, Google, what's the hardness of forged steel?
On the website steelforging.org, they say IC 1045 carbon steel forging. IC 1045 medium carbon steel has a tensile strength of 570 to 700 megapascals and Brinell hardness ranging between 170 and 210.
Pascal hardness, not Mohs hardness. Hey Google, what's the Mohs hardness of forged steel?
She's off in some.
Ideal for forging and heat treating. 4,140 alloys, tough, ductile, and wear resistant. Maximum attainable.
Hey Google, stop. She doesn't know.
She's on crack. We'll look it up another time. Anyway, we got to get out of here. It's 10 after 1. It's so it's weird when you come to steel and bridges. So there's carbon steel, there's regular steel, there's a couple of different blends of steel. The current steel today is extremely super hard, but even I've seen bend before. So I like in an earthquake or things like that. I haven't seen it break, but I've seen it bend. So it varies. Well, no, steel varies in several different things. And carbon steel is a whole different kind of steel. It's just, carbon is diamond. Remember, people, that's what diamonds are made out of. It's so some of that steel is, and then there's reinforced carbon steel, which is a whole fucking other thing. Yeah, they just, well, because you need bridges today that don't rust.
Okay, here we go.
Don't
Forged
rust
steel,
at all.
like in a knife. You're again.
No, what's a knife? That's got to be pretty soft.
Yeah, 5.5 for a knife or a glass plate. The same. Steel
Yeah.
now, 6.5 hardness.
Well, that's
And I
stronger than I thought it
and I
was.
think
I've
the
been the
hardness-
piss out
the
them
hardness-
things all the time.
I think the hardness. Now I studied this. I don't remember for sure, but I think the hardness of like tensile strength handcuffs is 7.5 or 8 hardness. The approaching
Yeah.
granite, like I said, granite is 8 to 8.5.
Yeah, so the stuff
you're
you're building bridges out are going to be a 9 or a 10. It's
maybe
mainly because bridges have to carry. I like look at.
But
You
they're
know
not
what
just
though? I
steel.
bet
There's
you.
also concrete
Oh yeah, there's other
foundation
stuff in there. But I bet you that San Francisco bridge is made out of regular steel.
the weight,
Yeah.
the weight is being suspended. Those steel cables are carrying the weight.
Yeah, I bet you it is. I bet you it's
Platform.
nothing fancy. Well, I don't even know if they had anything fancy back then.
Well, haven't you seen it in a strong wind? The Golden
Yeah,
Gate
it
will
does.
do
It
this.
moves
I
like
mean,
that.
it sways. It is a literal suspension.
Oh no,
bridge.
we got steel
Hanging by
today.
metal wire.
Almost. We got steel today almost as strong as a diamond. It's pretty serious shit. But we only use it for. You know what they started using it in? Like Jay and I were talking about this earlier. The building in Japan that was doing this number. So if that was any kind of steel that could get hot, that building would be Hadios Amigos.
It would
just
snap.
Yeah. Sooner or later, it would just melt it and it would go one way or the other.
Because
This
the
is
friction
something-
bending would heat up
Yeah.
those areas.
I've heard what it was.
Perfect
It was
example.
carbon something, but
You ever take one of those piece of shit forks that like you can bend really easy? If you bend it long enough, fast,
It'll break,
where it's
yeah.
bending, it'll eventually heat up and snap in half.
oh no, when you heard me talking about cutting that sandblast, and that was probably just a normal steel. It probably wasn't. I guarantee it wasn't carbon steel. Carbon steel would have just been bouncing off, or wouldn't have even phased it. It's well, because it's a different kind of steel. And then there's reinforced carbon steel, and then there's a reinforced something else steel. I built a lot of things, but I don't build skyscrapers. If I was, I'd be retired.
Girder is probably you might be right about a girder having like a tensile strength of like 6 or 7.5, 8.
Yeah, somewhere around there. But I would think a 7 or an 8. And you got to remember when this guy was, and it finally got in there.
But they also bend. Have you ever seen those things after
Oh yeah, they'll bend.
collapse? They bend
Now,
quite a bit.
I'll tell you, one of the coolest things I ever seen was a water diamond cutter. So this thing was pressured water with diamond dust. It cut through rock like it's fucking paper. I mean, I'm not sure it wouldn't cut through steel like it wasn't paper. They this guy turned this thing on. They were cutting actually they were cutting granite countertops. He turned this thing on. Not only did it like cut through it like nothing, it polished the fucking granite as it was going.
It passes as it cuts. Yeah.
Yeah, it was beastified. I mean, you still had to do a hand polish, but I mean,
Well, the CNC machine,
but
I
that's
think, was
no
almost the same
technology they
thing,
had
right?
back then. Wait, what was that?
Doesn't
Yeah,
a
yeah.
CNC machine using straight water does the same thing to any material?
Almost. This is a little bit. This cuts at about twice the speed.
Well,
of
you have
regular
sand
water
in
does.
it, so of course. I mean, you could.
Well, yeah,
take
it's got
sand
diamond
and
in it.
polish
It's just diamond dust, but we have
Dust
machines that can
sand.
crush diamonds now. Yes, in case y'all didn't
Talking
notice,
rock, like
people,
sand, like that,
we
it's just
can
sand.
actually crush diamonds today. Yes, we have machines that can turn them to powder. But it's better than that because what we do now is we have industrial diamonds that we make and build ourselves. So
Mhm.
when they create a regular diamond stone, there's lots of little flakes and shit that go along with it.
So
you
when
can
you go
use
to
it.
your local home improvement center and you buy that circular saw with diamond encrusted blade, or that masonry drill bit with the diamond encrusted drill bit, that's cubic zirconium.
That's crush. That's just industrial
Cubic
diamond.
zirconium.
Yeah, it's not real diamond. Not in the way you think. Do you know how much a fucking blade would cost if that was real diamond, people?
Yeah,
Get the
and
fuck
we're
out of
talking
here.
thousands of dollars.
Yeah, it's you're not getting no $25 blade. That's not gonna happen.
Manufactured stuff. I've been in the hardware business 15 years. I know what I'm talking.
But I don't like using. I would
Well,
much
10 years. Let's just say 10 years.
I much prefer to use water than a diamond blade. I mean, you got to use water anyway when you're using diamond blades to don't overheat.
Because you can use seawater. You don't have to use
but
potable water. You can use seawater.
Oh, you can use anything you want, but a lot of people use oil. Not the kind of oil you put in your computer. It's yes, people. There's an oil that you can put. Matter of fact, there's a mineral oil you can use. You can immerse your whole fucking computer and it won't even short out. Yes, how you like that? It was the first liquid cool computer ever. The guy filled up his bathtub and dropped his computer in it. Everybody thought for sure it was going to be zzz. It didn't. My computers I'm sitting here by you are liquid cool, and they're not with water either. And it's not an antifreeze either, because it can't be anything that would make a moisture inside the machine. Yeah,
or
so
a circuit, circuit, yeah.
So this is, it's kind of like an oil, and it just runs through your system, makes your computers run really good. Because my computers are on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they don't get hot. And that's why when I run them with a really good air cooling system, they run really good. But air cooling systems take a lot more maintenance, a lot more babying. You got to stop every so often, pull the covers off, clean out all the damn dirt and shit, because they're pulling air through it, or they're pushing air out of it. And see, most of them are a combination of both. You have air being pulled in, and you have air being pushed out. Yeah, so one pushes the heat out, one pulls the cool air in, one pushes the heat out. It's basic computer 101 is what that is. But we got to go. I want to tell everyone thanks for hanging out and listening to us crazy guys tonight. I hope you enjoyed the show. If you come up with some good theories or something Jay and I didn't think about tonight on any of the subject matter we cross tonight, feel free to write to either one of us. If it's good, we'll mention it in the show if it's good. Yes. Come with any good theories. We don't mind. No, we shared it. And you never know. You might be the person who figures out how the fucking Egyptians did it.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been looking at it since at least before college. But
let me put it this way: if you write in and both of us agree, if you ever write in and we both agree on it, you probably got something.
Yeah.
Yes. Think about that. Anyway, on that note, I want to thank everyone for tuning in to United Public Radio and the news on the flip side. I hope you enjoyed the show. I haven't heard anything more about Trump tonight, so if something's up tomorrow, we'll bring it up on the chat.
It's going up tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the chat. Well, we I don't know. We pretty much wore out Egypt tonight, but
I think we tackled it.
Oh, and if you think about something about the Sphinx, let us know, because we do know it lines up with Leo, but was that the intention? Because Jay and I both kind of think this might have been a dog and not a cat. I mean, the tail definitely doesn't look like a big cat. I mean, it could be a small cat, but not a big cat. Big cats have a thinner tail with a puff on the end, especially a lion. So it doesn't look like a lion tail to me. It looks.
The reason is so the different kinds of lion tails or cat tails. The ones that have the thick tails are your leopards and your tree climbers. Lions do not climb trees. They don't need it for balance. They want to be fast. Look at the cheetah. It has a very thin, long tail, and the tail is used for counterbalance. So when it runs, it doesn't, trip itself and go tumbling into the seaweed.
No, lions. You can look it up for yourself. Well, maybe we'll show you more. But lions have distinctive tails, and that ain't it. That's not it. That could be a house cat tail. That could be a dog tail. I don't know. I could lean to either one, but I don't think they may. Well, you know what? Egyptians were big on cats, not lions, but cats. They liked cats. They said they wore. Yeah, they said they warded off spirits and shit. Yeah. So maybe it was that. But remember, this was before the Egyptians, 6,000 years at least before the Egyptians.
Closer to the Babylonians.
Yeah. So this was a different time and place. We don't really know what's going on. Technically, that wouldn't even been the Bronze Age. That would have been like the Stone. No, well, not the Stone Age, but
before the Bronze Age was the Copper Age, and then before that was the Stone Age.
Yeah, copper's pretty soft itself, guys.
Copper is softer than brass or bronze. Yes, and it's copper, brass, bronze. That's the ages. I believe stone, copper, brass.
And brass is actually can be a little bit harder, but it's also more brittle. So you can't make swords out of it because the fuckers break.
They did anyway.
Yeah, well, that's true. They did anyway. Well, I do remember reading about some swords that they had found from Egypt that weren't steel, but were as hard as steel.
They,
So-
yes, they're found. They're what they call they're meteoric iron is what they are.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So maybe they found some meteors. Maybe that's how they were cut. Who knows? But we gotta go. Thanks again, everyone, for tuning in to United Public Radio. I hope you enjoyed the show. We will see. Well, I'll see you tomorrow on the Author's Quill, and then we'll see you on the chat. And again, if you come up with any good ideas, let us know. Thanks again, and we will see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody, or good morning, everybody.